Oh, we talking two different things. Do you think I'm talking about the other Rome? No, I'm talking about the place. Rome, the place. What's up, baby? What's up, C South? Hola, my bag. We did Greece the other night. We talked about Greece is not with all that stuff. We played the video Stubber One sent me. He's been telling me about that for a long time. I still don't know where I stand on it. I still think both Rome and Greece did get into some sexual degeneracy, which is why they fell at the end. The same way America's doing. It's cyclical. History doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes. History be rapping. History out here rapping. So so we played the video for why the Greece was not gay, and that's a lie. And now I think it's from the same guy. We got another video for why Rome is not gay. But I think first we're gonna do this prosperity gospel. We're gonna watch some prosperity gospel, some crazy mega pastors. Watch a couple of these videos. I got a couple of videos queued up, like 2 hours worth of videos. So we can stream for a bit, play some Terraria, and watch some videos. Prosperity gospel. That's like the idea that once you get saved, once you're born again, once you're saved, you're gonna get rich, but you got to give them a bunch of your money. You got to give them a bunch of your money. And because of the Constitution in America and freedom of religion, you could start a Church of Satan. You could start a new Mormon church with polygamy. You could start a cult. You could start Seventh-day Adventist cult. You could start up you a little Waco. You could start you a little a little Jonestown. And guess what? You can take in all sorts of donations and not pay taxes on it. So it encourages a lot of people. The fastest way to get rich, go down south, start you a church. Start you a church. You don't got to pay taxes on that. It's a tax write-off. You got a church. So we'll look at some Cleflo Dollars, some Joel Osteen, some Benny Hinn's. Talking about prosperity gospel. The idea that you pay us money and you're going to get rich by it's going to make your mega pastor. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, yeah. Mega churches, prosperity gospel. Let's get into some of that stuff and play some Terraria. Also, in Terraria update, I figured out I've been trying to make the freaking bed in the loom for my house, and haven't been able to figure it out. This game, you're supposed to like use Wikipedia and use the internet to figure out how to do stuff. They wanted people to do that, and I didn't do it. And then when I finally do it, I find out all I need to do is make a dang chain. Make a chain, and I can make a sawmill and then make a loom. I have all the stuff already. I just needed a dang chain. Do your chain hang low? So let's pull up not most disturbing human experiments. By the way, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody. It's Christmas time. We got a Monday night Dreaded Conservative show coming up on Christmas. It's this one, right? Do I want to do this one first or this one first? This one looked kind of interesting. I want to watch both of them. We'll watch both of them.
Hi, I'm Sam Jordan, Director of...
We got to add. This is from... Hold up. The Dark World of Megachurch is from James Yanni. He's got 1.8 million subscribers, so he doesn't need my help. This video only has 10 million views. But I've never watched it, and I watched some of it today.
The IRC is mobilizing an emergency response to support the activities of actors already operating in Gaza. We will focus on areas
to be prosperous through your finances, your health, your marriage, and relationships. In fact,
why, Biz? Why? Why, Bibbs? Benny Hinn, Joel Osteen, Cleflo Dollar, Kent Hovind. I'll tell you a story when we get to not Kent Hovind, but Kenneth Copeland. I'll tell you a story when we get to Kenneth Copeland.
Beta.
I didn't know. Anyway, let me see. How's the audio? Let's play this.
Step into Wix Studio.
Ad.
As a Catholic,
Tell me how the video
I wouldn't
audio
really
sounds,
describe
voice
myself
audio.
as religious today. I had never heard of
Game
things
stuff.
like mega churches or televangelism or the prosperity gospel. That was until I stumbled across an infamous interview.
How are you, sir? We'd just like to ask you about why you don't want to fly
You
commercial.
love Benny
You've got
Hinn?
this
Oh
journalist
no.
that is confronting this guy.
He's not perfect, but I like how he teaches. Oh no, when he has all the people come up and say, and he feel the flame, feel the fire, and they fall over and they start seizing up. Oh no.
Guy called Kenneth Copeland.
You said that you don't like to fly commercial because
So this is a classic. I don't want to be in a tube with those demons. I wish he would have just doubled down. It would have been more genuine. I kind of can get what he's saying, though, you know? It's like, you don't want to be... I'm going to buy a private jet if I can afford a private jet. I ain't trying to be riding on the subway. But anyway, Kenneth Copeland. So in the Florida prison system, the jail system, Kenneth Copeland Ministries is like the prison ministries. They provide all the Bibles for all the jails and all the prisons in Florida. And they also pay and work with the Christian chaplains. There's Catholic chaplains, there's Christian chaplains, and Kenneth Copeland is heavily involved in that stuff in the Florida prison system. So when I was locked up, I took a correspondence course, which is like, I don't know, it's probably equivalent to like if you went to some liberal college and got a degree on the Bible. And I did the whole New Testament, and I did the first 5 books of the Old Testament, and I did Psalms, and I did Song of Solomon. Not Song of Solomon. No, that wasn't one of them. I did Psalms and Proverbs. Sorry. I did Psalms, Proverbs, the first 5 books of the Old Testament, and the whole New Testament. And it's like they'd send you a packet. The chaplain would deliver you a packet at the jail, and then you'd read through it. You'd read through the section that it was on, and then you'd answer questions. And it was like 100 questions. You had to score over a 90 to get the next packet. I still have them. I have them in my closet over there. I got 100 on all of them. It's not hard. You just read as long as you're reading it and go along with it, everything's right. The answers are right there in the Bible to the questions, except for the end. There's an essay section. You got to write a short answer. But they grade pretty lightly on that. But anyway, at the end, when you do all of them, you get a gold leafed Kenneth Copeland leather bound with your name on it from the chaplain of the prison ministry Bible. And I wanted that Bible because it's a nice Bible. King James Version, leather bound, gold name on it, gold pages. Ooh, that was a nice Bible from the jail. And I think I ended up getting released before I completed the entire... I never got my gold Bible. But I did have a Kenneth Copeland basic jail Bible that they give to everybody. You don't have to earn that one. And I had that Bible for like 8 years. I traveled all around the country and I had it with me. And then finally, it ended up getting lost because I got locked up again here in Utah. And I left my stuff in a Rubbermaid tote with this girl who I was like dating at the time, and she was a mess. We were both a mess. And anyway, she sold all my stuff. She sold my tote, which had I had like a little mini recording studio, portable travel recording studio, all the stuff, monitors, a little Osmo key or not Osmo keyboard, a little keyboard, MIDI keyboard, interface, microphone, because I was a rapper. And she sold all my stuff, and I had some Air Force Ones in there, and I had clothes, and I had movies and video games. And anyway, she sold the tote. She said it got lost. She's a liar. But she sold my tote, and it had my Bible in it, and I loved that Bible. Almost that whole dang Bible was dang highlighted. You know? Dang whole thing was highlighted out. And she sold it. And that's where I lost that Bible. Anyway, the point of this story is it was a Kenneth Copeland Bible. And I did the Kenneth Copeland Jail, Florida Prison Ministries Bible Concordance course. Didn't complete the entire, I did complete the entire New Testament. So I got the New Testament certification. I got the Torah, the books of Moses. I got that certification. I did Psalms and Proverbs. And then I think there were two more sections. One segment was like the major prophets, the minor prophets. So you had Isaiah and Daniel and David and Solomon stuff. And then the minor prophets like Nehemiah and Ezra and Jeremiah. And I never got to those ones. I never finished those ones. I wasn't in jail long enough. I was in there for a year, but actually I was only in that county jail for like 9 months, but in total between different places I was there for a year. But I could only do the courses for like 9 months. And they say if you're good and fast and you do them quickly, you should be able to finish the whole thing within a year to 2 years. So I figured I was going to get a year to 2 years, but I ended up doing 9 months there. So I did not finish the entire thing. Even if you go fast, there's a certain pace that you get them at because you only get chaplain visits on Tuesdays and I think Tuesdays and Thursdays. So you can only get a new packet Tuesdays and Thursdays. And you can only get one at a time. So they had it set up. So even if I wish they could have just given me all the packets, I would have done it in like 2 months, but that's not the way it was. But I never got my gold leaf Bible. My brother is cutting tile outside. I can barely hear you. I want to hear your story too. She sold your Bible. Yeah, she sold the whole tote with all my stuff in it, I assume. She says that what she said was because we left it at her dad's house. And then she says she went to her mom's house. She took it to her mom's house and left it in. And then her mom put it in this is all the story she told me, which is bullshit. It's all BS. Because I know her. I knew her. And, but she said her mom put it in a storage place, a storage unit. And that her mom was paying rent on the storage unit, but the landlord wasn't paying rent. So the whole storage unit place got shut down. So basically her mom lost her storage unit. And that's where my tote was with all my value. And this is a heroin junkie telling me that she knew there was valuable things in there. She knew there was some dope money in that tote. That dope money in that tote, honey. And so I know she sold my stuff. I doubt she like set it up like a garage sale though and was like, "Do you want the Bible?" But she probably just sold the whole tote for like $200, or some dope. But yeah, but anyway, it's Kenneth Copeland who made that Bible and did that course. And I did not know who he was until years later from YouTube and seeing these videos that he was like a mega church guy. The only mega church dude that I've ever seen is Billy Graham. Me and my mom went to a Billy Graham concert or whatever the heck. I don't know what they call it. Whatever it is. But let's watch this video about prosperity gospel and mega churches.
Because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did.
Get in a long
they got
bunch of demons.
We wrestle not with flesh and blood.
Oh, he's creepy. Like, it makes me ashamed that I was trying to get this guy's gold leaf prison Bible. I had no idea who he was. I was 21 years old. Dang old prison, jailhouse pastor. Thinking Kenneth Copeland is like, I don't know. But who I did read a lot of, who's actually pretty based while I was in jail, is James P. Gills. He's an optometrist and he's a Christian, and he defends long Earth creationism. Creationism, like he defends science. He's a scientist and he can use the Bible, and he's figured out the right arguments to defend. Okay, this is why the world could actually be billions of years old based off the Bible. And that no, it's not. The Bible doesn't say that the world is 4,000 years old, because there's no length of time given between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2. That could have been 10 billion years. God created the earth and then he started making the earth, but it doesn't tell you how long in between those two events happened. So could have been billions and billions of years, or who knows. But anyway, I read a bunch of his books, and apparently he's pretty based. He's James P. Gills. Look into him. But he wrote a bunch of books, and they all get provided to in jail to you. Like, there's religious scriptures they didn't have a library at the Pasco County Jail, but they had religious texts for Christians, and it was all these James P. Gills books. And the reason you get them all is because I've told this story before, but there may be new people in chat who maybe haven't heard it. But in jail, at least in the jail I was in, you could only have 2 books. You can only have 2 books in your cell. Like reading books that were on the bookshelf. There wasn't a library call or anything. You couldn't request books and they go to the library and get it. I've experienced that at other jails, like in Utah. But they had a bookshelf. You could take books off the bookshelf to your cell, but you could only have 2 books in your cell. But you could have as many religious religious texts as you wanted. So what we would do is we would get a Bible, a Quran, a dang Torah. We would get all the James P. Gills book, and then 3 cellmates, all 3 of us do this. So we each have 3 copies of every James P. Gill book, and he had like 12 of them. We each have 3 copies of the Bible, 3 copies of this, 3 copies of this. And you combine all those books, you put them in a pillowcase, now you got some weights. And there you go. You can curl it. You can do tricep curls. You could do back. You could do rows with it. You can adjust the amount of books to adjust the weight, but you can get a nice chunk of weight of books, of religious books, in a pillowcase. And I read a lot, so I read them all too. It wasn't just for the weights. I did read the books, but also we lifted. We used the books to lift. And James P. Gills and Kenneth Copeland, I remember those 2 names a lot. And apparently Kenneth Copeland is a mess.
But principalities and powers.
Copeland is being confronted about his purchase of a Gulfstream jet. And it turns out that jet is just one of a fleet of jets that he owns, along with a boathouse, a mansion, and his very own airport. This is a preacher that is supposedly worth hundreds of millions of dollars, with an enormous following. And you're telling me that he is just one of many. This entire thing is a rabbit hole.
Pastor what is now the largest church in America, weekly sermon watched by more than 10 million viewers on television.
10 million on TV.
They were rich
Jesus
men,
got that
money.
almighty dollar.
One of my chandeliers costs more than most people's house. I got 22 chandeliers in the house.
They're Jesse Duplant. Wait. What the hell is that? Oh, it's the game. Jesse Duplant is worth $40 million. Is it telling?
Largest church in America, weekly sermon watched by more than 10 million viewers.
Joel Osteen.
The apostles were businessmen. They were rich men, had plenty of money. I'm going to show you that Jesus was a wealthy man, had plenty of money.
One of my chandeliers costs more than most people's house. I got 22 chandeliers in the house.
They're $40 million. One of my chandeliers. Jesus was a wealthy man? I don't think so. Not the Jesus I read about. I don't think he was a super wealthy guy.
They don't need mansions. They don't need jets.
God told me to have that any religious
God told me to have that jet.
Speaks the word of God, who has more than
Larry
one
King.
suit, while someone has no clothes, is a cop-out.
Yeah, you know, Larry, I just don't see it that way.
For
Look at
$54
Joel.
million, I want you to imagine how many people could be fed. Well, how many homeless could have places to sleep.
Now, to be fair, that guy's argument there, I don't like that argument. That's like kind of a socialist argument that if you're successful and you make money, that you're like required to give it away to homeless people. I do think you should use your blessings and try to give back and try to help you focus on yourself, then you focus on your home and your family, building a family, and then you can focus on your neighborhood and your community and your city, and as you grow and better yourself, you can better other things around you. That's the whole goal, or not the goal, but like the idea. And but just because you're successful and you make a bunch of money, I don't think you should like, I don't know. Jesus said, sell all your things and follow me. Huh. But I think he was talking to wasn't he talking to the rich man who had a weakness to money? If you don't have a weakness to money, I don't think you need to give all your stuff away. But yeah, there is a certain amount of wealth where it's like, yeah, you're so rich. Yeah, I don't know. My thoughts are not really composed. What's up, Lord Spike? May God continually renew your spirit in Christ's name. Amen. Amen. Like, you're rich, so you should just be taking care of all the homeless people. Not necessarily, but you're rich. What are you doing with it? I wonder how much these guys give to charity and stuff. That'd be interesting to see. Are they giving money to charity? Probably not. Probably not. And is charity really the right way to... if I was like rich like that, I would start a nonprofit to help the homeless, just because that's something I don't know. If I was going to do something to help the world, that's what I would try to do, is make like a homeless campsite, open air homeless campsite place in major cities all across the country. Have like a nonprofit and buy up land, put in water and electric hookups, and let them camp there. And I have it all figured out. I got the whole thing figured out. Setting up a job system where they work there, and then eventually you buy duplexes and things around the property. You could build a church on the property. You could, and then you could get that dang tax, and it'd be it'd be all nonprofit. Yeah, buddy, I got it all figured out. But anyway, prosperity gospel. Fresh. That stuff's just a mess. That mega church hoopla is a mess. Okay, I need chains. So I can build a logging machine thing.
Are you hearing me? Televangelism is still thriving in this country.
If you were willing to pay the price, you could talk directly to God.
The dark world of mega churches. Prosperity
When I
gospel.
remember my own personal experiences inside of a church, what comes to mind was definitely not this. At times, it's like a concert, and when the preachers come to preach, it's like a celebrity has just taken to the stage. Everyone is worshipping together, they're smiling, they're joined in their faith and devotion. What we're witnessing is something called a megachurch. By definition, a megachurch is just a church that has a larger than average congregation, normally of 2,000 members or above. But when we think of spirituality or forms of it, there's normally a distinction between spiritual duty and materialistic desires. Now, I'm not a theologian and I'm not going to pretend to be one, but even I remember verses from the Bible when it came to wealth and building riches that it wasn't viewed favorably upon. But if my memory is correct,
What verse did he just show? Matthew 19:24. It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. Yeah. Sell everything you have and follow me. It kind of prosperity gospel is not get saved and you're going to be rich and famous and powerful. That's more like what Satan's going to tempt you with. That like
is that it wasn't viewed favorably.
If I had a bunch of money, I would build a multi-trade school, not unionized, but high-skilled trades and becoming a business owner based. Yeah, see, that's the type of thing that I could like in my big money nonprofit plan. Yeah, you could build schools. You could teach people. You could teach like homeless people trades. You could have them jobs, get hooked up with jobs. And but the thing is, here's the thing: if you make it, if you make like if it's too strict, if you let them, if you say no drug policy and we're gonna check your tent every hour, because they're doing the pods now where they build the pods. I don't like the pods. I think you just do it open air, give them power and a water hookup, and you have like security be other homeless people who have like seniority, like they've been there longer and they prove themselves. And basically, it's like if you get caught doing drugs, if anybody sees you, what you do in your tent is your own thing. But if you act out, you get too drunk and you start wilding out, or you get caught you seen doing drugs, then you're out immediately. But if it's too strict, they won't come. Or I don't know, maybe you make it strict and just the ones that are looking for help, because this wouldn't be for all the homeless people. A lot of homeless people, there's no helping. The poor will always be with us. There's always going to be homeless people. There's no helping them. But a lot of them can be helped. And I don't know. It's just an idea that I've always thought about. Plus, you're getting land in the process. You're buying up real estate eventually. Once it grows, you have like five of them in major cities. And as it grows, you put like a church on the property. You start doing outreach. You're taking donations. Eventually, you could buy like nearby duplexes or little apartment complexes. So you're buying property and you rent the apartments out. Like you get a little 8-unit apartment complex. And you rent the apartments out to the graduates from like the program who lived in the tents once they've been there for a while and they're working and stuff. Then you move them into the apartments and you own the apartments too. And you're renting it out to them that they have a job. They get in there, they're paying you for it. And you got a force of workers. You got soldiers, you know. You got a bunch of. In California, they are not drug testing. The regulations change depending on election years. It's unbelievable. What's not drug testing? What are we referring to? The Rothschilds family seems to control the Christian church behind the scenes. Rothschilds aren't even Christian, but some other religion. Maybe they're controlling some Christian churches, but they're not controlling the Christian church is just an idea. They can't control that. They may be controlling some Christian churches, some mega churches, and some false prophets and some snakes, but they can't really control the real Christian church. The real Christian church is just all the brothers and sisters in Christ, all the people who follow Jesus. That's it. Ain't no denominations, ain't no Baptist, ain't no Presbyterian, ain't no Methodist, ain't no Catholic, ain't no Orthodox. That's all a bunch of mess. The rock that Jesus built, the church, this is the rock that I build my church. The rock that Jesus built his church on at the day of Pentecost, something like 2,000 witnesses to a risen Jesus. Historicity undeniable. You can't deny it. Even the atheists know it's true. They try to deny it. They can't deny it. They might make up lies. They're all lies. Is your Discord's calls open, Josh? No, but if you want to talk about something, I can. I can do it. I can do it. I'm talking about regulations enforced by Calosha. Calosha, was that like OSHA, California? Is California OSHA stricter than? I've never. I always hear about this infamous OSHA, and I've been doing under the table construction and things like that my whole life. Never had a run in with. Maybe one time when I was younger, some OSHA people came onto that's because we were working at like Davis Islands, which is a lot of rich people in Tampa live there. I pressure washed Warren Sapp's back porch one time, his deck. I pressure washed it. Big old house. Big old house. Yeah, let me call him real quick. Hold up. Just go in the little, or do you want to call directly, or you just want to go in the little chat room? You gonna tell me about Benny Hinn? Seesaw's about to try to convince us that Benny Hinn is actually healing those people. Kalosha. Dang it, forgot what I was gonna say. Oh my goodness. Lord have mercy. I'm in the just chatting room. I'll play this till you jump in there.
Upon. But if my memory is correct, then what was I witnessing in this interview with Copeland? And moreover, some of these preachers.
He has like 7 private jets.
So you've got this preacher, Kenneth Copeland, who founded the Kenneth Copeland Ministries along with his wife, Gloria. They own a $7 million home, a fleet of jets, and their Eagle Mountain International Church has a membership in the thousands, not to mention their television and online broadcasting. Then there's Jesse Duplantis, who sat with Copeland as they both justified their purchases of private jets.
And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004.
Benny Hinn, who claims to be
Benny
able to
Hinn.
perform miracles, who
the fire! Feel the fire!
Fills up stadiums and broadcasts it on networks worldwide.
I'll release it.
Joel Osteen, a very popular figure, especially in Houston, Texas, where his church resides, who's authored books that have been on New York Times bestsellers, as well as hosting church services with celebrities like Kanye West. Creflo Dollar, who has created fundraisers for his private jets, whose ministry owns 2 Rolls Royces and expensive real estate to boot.
God. I teach my son about the paper like... Hello? Hello?
Hello? Oh, sorry. Oh my God. Hello?
Hola.
Oh, yeah. Hey, what was I gonna say? No, did you know that Benny Hinn apologized?
For what?
Okay, so a couple of years ago, I don't know if you know a lot about Benny Hinn, but I've been listening to him and watching him for years. And he used to do the seed sowing. Sow your seed. God wants to bless you, and he would use a couple of Bible here and there, and he'd be like, the Bible or God or whatever asks you to first invest in his kingdom, then he will bless you, right? Blah blah.
Right.
Very Catholic kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and
that's the prosperity gospel. It's like, give us money and you'll get rich one day.
Right. And he did that for many years, and yeah, a lot of people gave money to him, including me.
Oh Lord, are you rich? Do you got a jet yet?
He had this beautiful prayer shawl that he sold. He'd be like, buy the prayer shawl for $50 or whatever, and then we'll send you the prayer shawl, but also, put your prayer request for blah blah blah. I was in high school. I was working. I was spoiled. My mom didn't charge any bail, so I was working part-time and I had money, and I didn't do anything except go to church and work and go to school. So I wanted the prayer shawl, and I would fast and pray a lot. I was really focused on it or whatever, and I wanted it, but I never got it.
You never got it? Oh
It
my.
was gorgeous. It was from Israel too. It was white and blue. It was hand threaded with blah blah blah. I was so excited for it.
Yeah, it was almost
I'm
too
not
good to be true. It looked so beautiful.
no, I'm not I live in the out in the boonies, so it could be that he did send it. I just didn't get it. I don't know. The point is I never got it. But anyway,
Yeah, my
he
guess is no.
finally he finally apologized a couple of years ago, and he was like, you know what, after much praying about it and really studying the scriptures and everything, that's not biblical. If you wanna God to answer your prayers or whatever, you shouldn't give money for a miracle.
Well, what
I'm
about
like,
the
no.
what about the healing hand stuff that he does?
You want to hear something crazy, and whoever's gonna listen to this is gonna you know label me as an insane person, but this happened to me. I'm just telling you straight up. My mom and I, we went to a Benny Hinn thing in California. We went, it was beautiful. I didn't see any crazy miracles or anything, but it was awesome, right? And I could feel the presence of God. It was cool. We came back, that was a Friday. We came back Saturday, and then we had church Sunday. And I was super involved in my church, a very small church. And one of the ladies in the church told the pastor, Miguel, because it's a Mexican church, told the pastor, I have a really terrible migraine, a really bad headache. Can you pray for me? And the pastor asked me, I was the youth leader, and he was like, can you pray for her? And I was like, sure. So I just, we held hands, right? It was outside church or whatever. I held her hand and I closed my eyes. Okay, let's close your eyes. And I literally just said the most whatever prayer you can say, right? I was like, Lord, thank you for this day. And please, I ask that you heal. I can't even remember the lady's name. Dude, guess what happened?
Her headache went away?
No, she fell.
Well, you killed her?
Passed out.
Well, that's not a headache cure.
You know how in those things with Benny Hinn and everything, people, it's called being slain in the spirit.
Yeah. Feel the fire.
My eyes were closed. I was praying, and I feel a tugging from her hands, and I open my eyes, and she is falling backwards. So thank God she was tiny, and I'm big. I'm 5'8", so I caught her and I put her on the floor. She was out for a good 5 minutes, and when she got up, her headache was gone.
Well, yeah, she just almost died.
So what I'm saying is, there's a lot of things that I cannot explain. I don't know how that happened. I can't explain it. All I know is that I just made a tiny, whatever prayer, and then the Holy Spirit is going to do whatever he chooses to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you think there still are spiritual gifts like speaking in tongues, exorcising demons?
I prayed for demon-possessed youth because I used to invite people from high school. They called me the crazy Jesus lady, and I prayed for demon-possessed. They would get demon-possessed. One of my girlfriends, my friend, she's a Christian, and she got demon-possessed in my room. We were talking about the Bible and praying, blah, blah, and then we started praying, and her arms started like twisting. Insane stuff. And I prayed for her, and I rebuked the demon, and it left, and then she started crying, and then it was fine. She's a Christian. She preaches and stuff to women, obviously.
Yeah.
But so things like that have happened to me. I don't know. I'm not a teacher, and I'm not a nothing, but I can just tell you the things that I've lived personally. Obviously, most people are going to say I'm insane, and I understand that, but those are my personal experiences.
Well, I think like having a personal experience, like I think I've talked to angels before. I have weird, crazy stories where I think like God literally, I don't know if he took over somebody's body and made them say something crazy weird that they shouldn't have known, and at a certain time, and then other things happen. Like I feel like I've talked to guardian angels before.
Wow.
But like as a personal, so I believe that you have maybe some some miraculous things that you've seen in your personal life. But when I see Benny Hinn on a stage,
Right.
and all these people are
It
flooding
seems
the stage,
performative.
yeah, and he's going la la la, and they're falling over. I can't believe that. I don't know
It
about
seems
that.
very performative, yeah.
Yeah, but it's called
also-
cessation. Cessation is the idea that, or cessationism is the idea that after Jesus came, all the spiritual gifts, so speaking in tongues, exorcisms, prophecy, healing, and I think there's one other one, that they all fell away after Jesus. And I don't know
But
if I
Jesus
agree with
said
that,
greater
or
things.
it's just interesting.
I cannot agree with that, because Jesus said, greater things than what I have done shall you do. And Jesus literally rose people from the dead. So then if he said greater things shall you do, I haven't studied it obviously, but I'm like, then if he took away the ability for miracles and blah blah, then how are we supposed to do those greater things? You know what I mean?
I feel like we have more reach. Like we can, with technology, and just as time goes on, you can reach more people and you can get the word out quicker. Which those are, like some of the signs of the end times are actually like good things. Like the word is going to be spread throughout the whole world.
Yeah.
And we can do that now. Like we can reach more people than Jesus could with, I guess, if you're using
With the internet and stuff.
Internet and stuff, you got to use it like a tool. It's a mess, but I don't know. When I think about greater things, I don't think we're gonna go out and be doing miracles, but we can reach more people, maybe. I don't know.
Right. I've seen so many miracles, like in myself. I used to be dyslexic. When I was in second grade and I couldn't read. Everybody thought I was retarded. And my mom.
That's just
my
called
mom was
being
like,
brown.
And that's just being Mexican. No, my mom asked me if she wanted. She was like, "You want to pray to believe that God can heal you?" And I was like, "Yeah." And we prayed, and it disappeared by the next year. It disappeared. It just, and I don't know if you know, but dyslexia, that's not what's it, curable?
Is dyslexia curable? Well, I don't believe in it. Like, see, so I believe that I believe that you can be healed from these things if you believe, like, because everything's spiritual. So even a headache, if you can convince yourself that your headache's gone, then your headache will go away. So if you're praying and you believe that God's gonna, I don't know, it's almost like it's just psychoschematic. Like you just convince yourself that it's gone, so it is gone. I don't know.
Yeah, what's that called?
Placebo effect?
Power persuasion, placebo effect, yeah. Like maybe you never really had the problem in the first place. You were just...
Well, they tested me here in the US. They tested me at school and they asked me, draw the letters or blah blah blah, and I couldn't, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't trust that. They try to tell every kid they got something.
Right. Right. That's true. They do try to push it.
We all gotta be special.
And scare people.
Yeah, we all gotta be special ed.
Yeah. I gotta go, but I'll definitely be in the chat.
All right, we're gonna watch this mega church video.
Okay, bye.
All right, see ya. Cool. What's chat saying? That lady was a plant. PSYOP confirmed. I'm not buying it. Consensus says. Yeah, I don't know where I stand on that. I feel like I lean towards the idea that, yeah, those spiritual gifts. Now that doesn't mean we still can't spread the gospel and talk to people and be good servants of Christ or servants of God and brothers of Christ and so see, here's what I didn't say this to Seasal, but another thing, greater works will you do. Jesus fed 2,000, wasn't it 2,000 people Well, there are charities and churches now that feed way more than 2,000 people. Even if you don't like them, the Mormon Church feeds way more than 2,000 people every year. Millions of people get fed by charities through Christian churches and through these groups. We feed millions of people. If you have to use the tools that we have and the modern stuff that we have. But if you get rich, say you got rich like one of these mega church guys, you could do more than Jesus did. You could feed more people than Jesus did. You could clothe and shelter more people than Jesus did. You could, but it would have to be charity. It couldn't be like government mandated or you're guilted into it. But if you just saw that it's right to do, we could do more than, you know, we could do more. We could help more people than Jesus could. Jesus didn't have planes and cars and internet and money and currency and all these ways to reach people that we have now. So yeah, a lot of people feed people. Yeah, that was me. I was driving super loud. Jesus fed them real food though. Today's food is practically poison, so it's handing it out really a good thing. No, so maybe you teach them to farm. You teach them to fish, you teach them to farm. Um, Go to Africa and teach them how to. Somebody needs to teach them boys how to farm because every time they run off the white people, they damn near go extinct. They can't farm. What was I getting at? I was getting at something. Oh yeah, so the cessation thing. I'm not 100% on board with it, but I think I kind of lean towards that the spiritual gifts are gone. Prophecy. So I think and I talked to the Mormons about this to see where they stood on it, and I was kind of working this idea out in my head that Jesus was not a prophet. They disagree with me on this. Maybe you guys will disagree with me, but I feel like Jesus was not a prophet. Jesus was the fulfillment of all the prophecies. And after Jesus, there was no more prophets. And people will say, well, what about John of Patmos and Revelation? I would answer that a revelation is the opposite of a prophecy. Prophecy is 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 predicting the future, is guessing what's going to happen in the future, whereas revelation is seeing the truth is revealed to you based off of the past and what has happened. Now you see the truth. That's a revelation. The truth is being revealed to you. Prophecy is seeing something before it happens. And I think that when Jesus came, he was the fulfillment of all the prophecy. And after that, there's no more prophecy. Speaking in tongues, either it stopped or we've totally got it somewhere along the lines. They twisted it and they made this heka leka meka leka 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 stuff, which is nonsense. That's speaking to Satan. Maybe we can still speak in tongues, but it's like what JLP was saying, which I think of it more like when Jesus was speaking in tongues. I think of it more like almost a magical power, like a miracle. Like he could speak to a crowd of people and they could all understand him. Like it was a miraculous spiritual gift that he just spoke and everybody understood him no matter what language they spoke. That's kind of the headcanon that I've made up. And I'll be honest that I've kind of made it up. And that we can't do that anymore. But I like the way Jesse said it, which is speaking in a common language that every man can understand you. And then as he was saying it, I was in his chat and I was like, that is kind of true because Mexicans called Jesse, dang all Ukrainians, Bulgarians, black people, white people, and a lot of times you can't understand a word they're saying, but they all understand what he's saying because it's just simple truths. And so I like the way he put it, which is different than the way I always thought of speaking in tongues, which is more like a magical, almost like a miraculous thing that Jesus could talk and everybody could hear him. And if that's the case, then I don't think we can do that anymore. That would be a cessation idea that fell away. Healing hands, like, yeah, I think most of the cases of healing hands that we have, it was power of persuasion. It's placebo effect. It's more mental, like pain. I've talked about before how like these monks can overcome pain where they don't even feel pain. If you can learn to control your mind like that, then you can just not feel pain. And so it's kind of like that. It's like you're so convinced that by praying it away that you're going to get better. Then when you pray about it, you actually do get better because you've convinced yourself and you believe that. And it's the same way placebo medicines work on people. You kind of convince yourself that it's going to make you better, and it does make you better because it's more mind over matter. That's a mental trick. Or it could be something like the spirit has more power than the mind. When you pray about it, you're like fortifying your spirit, and that's why you get better. But definitely that Benny Hinn touching their forehead, they fall over and shaking and stuff. That's a mess. A voice all can understand. That's what's up. It's because it's the Holy Spirit speaking. That's deep. Shout out Denny from Bulgaria. Yep. That's what I was talking about. I could teach them to farm. Good evening, y'all. Giving out food that calcifies the pineal gland. Yeah. That's not what Jesus meant when he said greater works. Don't give them the calcified food. Okay, look, I just made a freaking loom and a sawmill. Now we got to make a bed. I need another room. You know what I want to make? What do we want to do here? I have the freaking loom and the sawmill finally. Spear rack, sword rack. We can make armor racks. We can make helmet racks. We can make a keg, barrel, weapon rack, item frame, hat rack, dresser. I don't care about all this aesthetic stuff. A picnic table. What does that do? Hold on. I'm going to get back to the video in 1 second. Bench, bar, banquet table, bar stool. There's something. It's supposed to be a brewery. Mannequin, planked wall. Huh. Anyway. I want to make a bed. Oh, I need silk. How do I make silk? I go to the loom. I need cobwebs. Cobwebs. We need them cobwebs. Let's play the video.
Is the gateway to the world of wealth.
There's this Instagram page which is called Preachers and Sneakers, and it's literally just preachers next to the cost of the clothing that they are wearing. Something just isn't right. I keep asking myself, how? Right? How is it possible to be this braggadocious about your wealth as a preacher and have your followers who not only are okay with it, but help to fund it? And that was when I found out about the prosperity gospel. What we're looking at is a movement that has seemingly found its way inside of America's biggest megachurches and being taught by its biggest preachers. The Word of Faith movement is its name, and its teachings are often referred to as the prosperity gospel. It's a simple idea. God wants you to be prosperous through your finances, your health, your marriage, and relationships. In fact, those are things that belong to you through your faith, if you're willing to receive it.
Yeah, I just figured out how to make the bed, stubborn one. So now I can finally get merchants. I need to kind of build more onto my house.
The prosperity gospel often refers to its believers as little gods. The idea being that we were made in the image of God and therefore possess a level of divinity within us that allows us to bring into existence the prosperity that we've been promised.
You are God's little...
Mormons believe in the little gods idea too.
G, you are God's because you came from God.
And your DNA and Jesus' DNA are exact. You're exactly like it.
It sounds amazing. So how do I earn this prosperity? How do I access this divine power that I supposedly have? Well, it starts with your faith.
But if you'll stay in faith, there will come a point where God will say, enough is enough. It's payback time.
The Bible says, I know you love the Lord. So you qualify for prosperity.
Next, you have the act of tithing. The initial concept of tithing was this idea that you give 1/10 of your wealth in some way, shape, or form to a religious organization. Most houses of worship are going to rely on the donation of their congregation in order to continue their operations, especially megachurches. It is kind of like giving to a charity. But tithing, through the teachings of the prosperity gospel, introduces a, should we call it a plot twist?
Tithing lays the foundation for financial success and abundance.
Tithing is the way for recession or depression to bypass.
And see, the Bible does talk about tithing, but it doesn't have to just be money. It could be time. It could be prayer. You could tithe by just praying more, fasting. All these things are giving your time and your energy to God. It doesn't just have to be your money. And God will bless. But it does say, you know, that God will bless what's the poor woman who gave like her last coin, and then the rich man gave like nothing, or I can't remember the story, but she gave much less than him, but it was more percentage of what she had, like it was, and she was blessed, but it doesn't say that she became rich. She was still poor. She was just, because it's not about the money. It's not about the money. That's the whole, I think, point of the tithing idea, is that this money, if you care that much about this money, then you're kind of missing the point. Because this world, this physical world, means nothing. You shouldn't care about that. You should give it out, keep it, whatever. It doesn't matter. Don't put too much importance on it. Don't make money your God. For the love of money. Gotta make that money, man. Money, man. It's still not saying I. What am I doing right now? I want to make a bed. Wow, 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 wow. I can make a sofa. Bench, sofa. Why can't I make a bed? I have silk. I have wood. Pause. I should be able to make a bed. Blacksmith wrap. Fancy thing. Oh, there it is right there. Bed. Okay. Let's make a bed. Here, let's make a bed. We'll make a little sofa action. Oh, I didn't mean to make two sofas. And then let's build a little extension onto the house. Should we just keep building upwards? Yeah, probably. Wah, 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 wah.
Hi, my name is Amber Potts, and I've been working with UpKid for a little over a year.
And were even allowed to follow several.
I've spoken in tongues before. It's something the Holy Spirit gives you. You can't glory yourself from it. It has nothing to do with you. Are you talking about you did the Hebeleba Mechaleka High Mecha Heiny Ho stuff? I don't know. You got a lot of explaining to do. I don't know if you're going to convince me of that one, Cecil. I don't know if I'm going to. I don't know if I can give you the benefit of the doubt on that one. I don't know about all that. That might be your truth. It's your truth. It's your truth, Seasal. Tell it how you want. She's out here speaking in tongues. What the? I thought it was just an accent. Oh, man. Seesaw, don't be telling that in public. Don't be saying that in public. You don't want people to know that. Lord, Seesaw. We have wooden platforms. Wooden platforms. Wooden platforms. We're looking for some wooden platforms. I know I got some. If I didn't have 10,000 chests to look through. Here we go. I have 23. 23 wooden platforms. 23 wooden platforms. Let's put these stars right here. Put this right here. Let's put these. Cobwebs. Put them here. Silk. Silk the Shaka. Gel. I got glow sticks. Somewhere. There's glow sticks. Star anise. Okay. Somewhere I should have wood walls. I do have wooden walls. Paws on the wooden walls. And then I have dirt blocks. I have wood. Wooden platforms. Yeah. Okay. So now we do a staircase. This is palm wood. I don't want palm wood. What the? Wooden platform, wooden platform. I don't think. Huh. I should have some. I don't know where they are. Maybe they're up top? Palm wood. Palm wood. What does a room... Why does a room full of married people seem empty? I don't know why. Why does a room full of married people seem empty? Nobody wants to espouse anything? I don't know. Wood. Wood wall. I need to make a wood platform. What's a trapdoor do? And why can't I make a freaking wooden platform? Wood platform. Okay. Let's do this. Let's go. Oh my god, this is horrible. 5. Back to the video.
Several cases of supposed miracle healings. These are people that actually managed to get onto the stage and claim they'd been healed. In one instance, the crew follows a boy called Ashneal and his parents as they're desperate to have their child healed by one of Hin's miracles.
We're expecting miracle. We're expecting a miracle.
The Prakash family are recent immigrants to America. 10-year-old Ashneal is their younger son. 2 massive brain tumors have reduced him to a vegetative state.
We believe in God, we have faith, and there's nothing impossible for God.
Later in the documentary, Ashneal's parents actually attend the crusade and they're brought on stage to have their child healed by Hin himself. Hin gets the crowd to raise their hands and then he places his hands on Ashneal's face and says,
"Expect the miracle. Dear Jesus, the Lord's gonna touch you, young boy."
Days after the event, and Ashneal still wasn't healed.
It didn't happen. I was not even discouraged. I know it's God's plan.
You know, I can stake my life on Pastor Benny Hinn's words. And God spoke to me last night at the Colosseum Center where the crusade was going on, and he said, donate him another $2,000. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to do that.
Recently, I watched an event from Kenneth Copeland's Eagle Mountain Church, right? It's called Miracles on a Mountain. It's another miracle healing service. And in this instance, it was hosted by this evangelist called Billy Burke. And at one point, someone is brought out from the crowd. And I thought, hang on, I recognize this guy. It was Big Nick, who, for those of you that don't know, was an ex-member of the popular social media group, the Vlog Squad, which is headed by David Dobrik. At the event, Nick tells Billy Burke about his blind eye.
I'm blind in my left eye as well.
I know that.
Wow.
Billy then
So it's a social media influencer. It's a YouTuber. Wow.
attempts to cure his eye.
Loosen that!
After all the theatrics, Billy then starts to wiggle his finger around. And then...
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet. And Billy hears that and he continues like trying to help him. And then when he realizes it doesn't work, he then just tells Nick, recite chapters of the Bible every night for your eye to be cured.
So John chapter 9, your confession starting tonight and every night. You hear me? Tonight and every night before you go to bed. You ready? I was blind and now I see.
And the crowd cheers. It's like the miracle actually happened. Now, it's been about 7 months since that event took place, and I've looked through Big Nick's social media account, and there's no indication that his eye is healed since the event. So again, what are we witnessing when we see things like this? If we are to believe that these people aren't just actors, which I really don't think that they are, what is actually happening? Consider this. If what we're seeing is really a miracle, why don't these people go to hospitals and heal people there? Why do they need the lights and the cameras and the atmosphere and the theatrics to be able to do what they do? In 2011, Darren Brown ran this TV special program called Miracles for Sale. In this special program, Darren Brown, who is this self-described mentalist and illusionist, takes this ordinary individual called Nathan and attempts to turn him into a faith healer performing miracles in front of an audience. The idea behind the program was to expose the fact that what is happening here are not miracles, that it's just a product of psychology, the power of suggestion, and misdirection. Now, some aspects of faith healing are just pure trickery. Right? A good example of this is the infamous leg growing trick. The preacher Todd White is well known for walking around the streets and finding individuals who supposedly have one leg that is shorter than the other, and then miraculously White will begin to grow out that person's leg.
Look at this guy's nasty looking dreadlocks. Goofy looking ad dreadlocks. Because there's a single person there. I get it. Okay.
Right before.
Look at this guy. This guy's a mess. Look at these dreadlocks.
Our very eyes.
Thank you. In Jesus' name. Left leg, I command you grow. Right now, in Jesus' name.
Darren Brown teaches Nathan
her
to
dang
do this
leg
exact
grew.
trick because it's not a miracle. The leg growing trick is infamously used by charlatans throughout history. In fact, a quick Google or YouTube search will demonstrate how it can be done in several ways, one of which involves shifting the other person's shoes to make it seem as though a leg is being grown. If you speed up the Todd White clip of him performing this miracle and you just play it back and forth, you can literally see what Todd White is doing. But a big part of faith healing isn't just tricks like this. In fact, a lot of it is rooted in a deeper part of who we are as people. By the end of Darren Brown's special, Nathan is able to perform in front of a small audience of believers, and you can see that he too is able to, with just the touch of his hand, bring people to fall back as though they were touched by God themselves. To understand how Nathan, who is an ordinary guy, versus Benny Hinn, who claims to be able to perform miracles, can do what they're doing, you have to understand the power behind what they're creating in their shows. From the very moment it begins, you're joined by a crowd of people, united by a particular cause or belief. There are those in the crowd who are already in pain, who feel as though something is missing in their lives. When they're brought together, there is a sense of oneness, of wholeness, and unity. Just think about how powerful crowds can be and what it's like to be in one, especially when you're all joined by a united cause. You're then brought into this hypnotic, or more specifically, a suggestible and open state.
He wants to heal you because he loves you. You don't have to pay for it. Just ask for it.
The music rises and falls, stirring a wave of experiences and emotions amongst the crowd. Then you begin to create the expectancy for what is about to come.
All things are possible to him that believeth.
You keep the crowd in this heightened, aroused state of mind. And as the crowd is ripened for suggestibility, the faith healer acts almost like a conductor for the orchestra of experiences that people are going through. A leader amongst a crowd of people in a hypnotic, trance-like state is something that you cannot underestimate the psychological effect of. Then the healer begins preaching their message.
But don't look for the healing, look for the healer. Whatsoever you shall ask, that will I do.
The crowd is full of ecstasy. The joy in the audience is a deep feeling as though you're becoming a new person. You're connecting with that of which is above you. You expect that when the preacher lays their hand on you or shouts, "Take it!" you will feel God's touch with it. You've been suggested and primed to believe that that is the case. And in being so connected to the crowd around you, the effects of social conformity are bound to take place. In this trance-like state, you go along with what the preacher's suggestions are. You do what you are expected to do. It's no different to what a stage hypnotist does. You know, the more suggestible you are, the more belief you have, the easier it becomes. And what's even more interesting is that in this heightened state of emotions, of euphoria, of adrenaline, it's very possible to feel symptoms being alleviated. It's possible, even for someone who is in a wheelchair, to momentarily be able to get up and walk around. But what we are really witnessing is just a moment of mind over body. The placebo effect is a well-known phenomenon. It's when a patient's condition changes after receiving...
That's what we were just talking about. Power of persuasion or power of suggestion.
A treatment that by no means should have changed their condition. For example, if a patient expects a pill to do something and is told by their doctor that it'll help them, even if that pill is just a sugar pill that doesn't do anything, it is possible for your own brain chemistry to cause effects similar to what medication might have caused. The key word here is expect, because a placebo effect is mostly theorized to be caused by our expectations around a given treatment, expectations that we derive from culture and society. That's why a placebo that is given as an injection rather than a pill can be more effective. Or when you're given 2 placebo pills to take every day rather than 1, it can also be more effective. Because culturally, we perceive the latter of these treatments to have a bigger effect on us. That belief and expectancy can be so powerful as to have physiological effects on our body. And what more powerful expectation can somebody have than one that invokes their very own belief in a higher spiritual being like God, surrounded by others who share that very belief? What we are seeing is a placebo. This is why you'll never see any miracle healer or somebody that believes in the law of attraction be able to do anything that is beyond a placebo.
To be fair, I'm not going to simply brush all this aside and say, okay, it's all told. Like, I think all these Benny Hill ones and all this is fake, but like what Seesaw was saying, I think maybe there have been some people who have been healed, had hands laid on them and been healed. I don't know, but I'm not going to brush it all away as impossible, because I believe miracles can happen, and to say that it's all placebo effect. But I do, for the most part, agree with what this guy's saying, that a lot of these people in these mega churches, it's just placebo effect. They want to believe it so badly, and they see everybody else, and it becomes an emotional thing, and Yeah. But I'm not, I do believe miracles can happen. And people can be healed of things. Then sometimes I wonder, is that like God, or is that just that what's going to happen anyway? Because if you start playing the God healed my grandpa of cancer game, then the next logical question is, well, why didn't God cure my grandpa of cancer? For somebody, when somebody hears that who, theirs didn't get cured. Oh, so what? Are you more holy? Why did God cure you but not me? Why did he cure them but not my family? And then it makes people angry. And I almost think it's better just to say, sometimes that's just the way nature works. Sometimes people die, sometimes people don't. It's just, and God, I think God gave dominion of the earth to Satan. So when all those things that happen, that's not, God didn't do that. Satan's in charge of that. But God's also not going to step in and stop it.
It's why you'll never see them be able to restore the limb of an amputee.
And as I've watched your healing crusades, am I seeing anything that goes beyond placebo?
I've wondered why sometimes someone comes in and comes out of a wheelchair, walks around, runs around, and hours later, they're back in that wheelchair again.
The problem is, however, that those who attend the event and whose problems and illnesses are not healed at the event or return after the event start to blame themselves. That for some reason, God didn't want to heal them. That they didn't have enough faith. Remember Ash Neil from the HBO documentary? 7 weeks after attending Hin's Miracle Crusade.
Why do British people pronounce H like H? HBO. Have you ever watched HBO?
Expect the miracle.
He passed away.
Do you feel in any way that Benny Hinn has let you down?
No.
Did you ever, in some of your worst moments, think that you must have done something wrong in the eyes of God to deserve this?
Yes. I know there's a generational curse. Maybe it originated from me or from my parents, because that curse lasts for 3 or 4 generations.
Who taught you that?
I heard it from Pastor Benny.
It doesn't square with the Bible at all. It's a complete scam. It's utter deception.
Increase your faith, increase your seed, and store up for the future. So that when these tragedies hit on earth...
That's what you were talking about, C. Sal. Increase your seed. When you said that, I thought you meant like... Are they talking about having kids? Are they talking about polygamy? What are they talking about? Increase your seed? That means make more money? What do they mean by that? Pass the bucket.
You will be spared.
It is a deception to a degree that I don't think I've seen before. And you have to sit there and look at this all and wonder, surely there's justice to this story, right? Surely somebody takes the fall. Surely there's a happy ending to it. Surely.
Please, Lord Zux, bring me more customers and a higher ROAS. Hey you, yes you. Is trying to get customers online driving you crazier than your ex? Thinking of doing a tequila enema or throwing your MacBook out of a moving car window? Tools to do this, tools to do that. Pixels for this and cookies for that. As you work longer, harder, earlier, later, on weekends and whenever you get a spare moment. Listening to podcasts at 2x speed whilst gunning for inbox 0. Refreshing LinkedIn as you pretend to pay attention on a Zoom call that you don't even need to be on. It's okay, there's a solution. Here it is, there is no solution. Did I hurt your feelings? Do you want a Band-Aid and a cuddle? But seriously, if you finally want to get more clients, customers and sales than you can possibly handle, then listen up. Because what I've learned from growing the #1 fastest growing agency in the country and generating my clients over $7.8 billion in sales is that doing so is—
Shut up, Ad.
In September of 2019, Benny Hinn comes out with quite the astonishing announcement.
And I'm sorry to say that prosperity has gone a little crazy. I think it's an offense to the Lord. It's an offense to say, give $1,000. I think it's offense to the Holy Spirit to place a price on the gospel. I'm done with it.
Benny Hinn had decided to leave the prosperity gospel. Hallelujah, right?
One of the best.
So is that what you were talking about, Seesaw? Him apologizing? But he still didn't say anything about the healing. I think that stuff is frauded in a mug. I think there's plenty of evidence that those people were paid actors. I care more about that than the prosperity gospel part. Earth is our training ground. Can't fight evil if you've never seen it up close. We have to grow up in the enemy's world so we can handle whatever he tries to throw us in the real battle. Pass the bucket.
Lessons that I could give to people is say, watch what they go back to. Watch what they give up and watch what they go back to.
Okay, so it's time to give to the Lord's work. It's time to sow seed in the Lord's work so God can bless you and reward you. Prosper. Now it's time to give to the Lord's work because giving guarantees our financial protection.
The problem is, once you've generated the type of following and business and reputation that Hinn has, changing your ways becomes almost impossible. And more so because I genuinely believe that most of these prosperity preachers, they're not intentionally malicious, they've deceived themselves.
Even till today, I question, is this God or is this just me?
The reality is that most of the preachers that we've mentioned in this video are continuing their operations today. And when they pass, there's going to be a wave of new prosperity preachers ready to take their place. The message is an easy one to spread. It promises you health, wealth, and happiness. It makes you feel good. And what's not to love about that, right? Look at the comment section below, and you're probably not going to be hard-pressed to find someone defending Hinn or Copeland or the prosperity theology overall. You'll probably find people claiming that they have seen miracles happen or that by sowing their seed, prosperity really was given to them. And I'm not delivering any new message here. You know, prosperity theology receives a lot of criticism inside of Christianity and outside.
Hey man, you know you're a piece of shit, right? You know, right? Right?
Yet they'll still get away with their teachings because their message isn't for people who are cynical. It's really difficult to stop their more deceptive actions. The only thing you can do is go to those that believe in it and steer them away. And until that happens, the booming business of prosperity theology and faith healing will continue to flourish.
I don't know what you feel about the prosperity gospel, the health, wealth, and prosperity gospel, but I'll tell you what I feel about it. Hatred. It is not the gospel. And it's being exported from this country to Africa and Asia, selling a bill of goods to the poorest of the poor. Believe this message: your pigs won't die, your wife won't have miscarriages, you have rings on your fingers and coats on your back. That's coming out of America. People that ought to be giving our money and our time and our...
John Piper is just one of the many preachers and ministries that actively try and combat the prosperity gospel. And although Texas is home to some of the biggest megachurches, it's also home to the Trinity Foundation, a leading watchdog ministry founded by Ole Anthony that carries out investigations into some of the conducts of the biggest televangelists.
It was Ole Anthony, founder of the East Dallas Homeless Ministry Trinity Foundation, who masterminded the investigation and helped expose some of the top televangelists in the country.
You know, faith and religion are powerful things. Seeing the sense of hope that it can fill a person with, or the community and the purpose that it can inspire towards good causes. Now, I don't think anyone can look at those things on their own and say they're bad. A few months ago, I had burnt out from working. And when that happened, I felt very cynical about everything that I was doing. You know, what was the point? And what helped was having a sense of hope that those feelings would come to pass, and finding purpose in what I was doing, and spending time with my friends and family. Hope, purpose, and community. But hope, purpose, and community can be exploited. It can cloud your better judgment just because somebody dresses the part or sounds the part and invokes the word God. If you're somebody watching this that is a believer in the prosperity gospel, I invite you to think over and really question, could I be wrong? A healthy skepticism, I think, only motivates someone to find the truth, not drift further away from it. Seek, and perhaps you will find. If you think the world of prosperity preachers and mega churches is crazy, then my friends, you have to check out my documentary on New Age gurus. It should be shown somewhere on the screen. That is arguably where all of this kind of began to form and originate, and it is just a whole other rabbit hole in and of itself. But either way, my friends, it is great to be back. As always, hand to head, salute.
Okay. Oh, hold on.
To be prosperous through your finances, your health, your marriage, and relationships. In fact, those are things.
– 5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Fire!
Wow, look at how they all fell over. It's the wave. They're doing the wave.
That chain cost me about $40,000.
Creflo Dollar.
Young man, get up here quick. Young man, get up here quick. Come on. Young man,
get up there,
quick.
young man.
You, up, quick.
He knocked over the plant. Watch this kid fall over. They're stumbling all over each other. Fire on you!
Fire on you!
Fire on you!
Rise up! Yes!
Oh, he's rising in from the dead!
My house is almost 25,000 square feet.
Yeah.
You can get lost in it. I had to get some speakers in there so I can find my wife.
That's Freddie.
Polo G cash out on a $40,000 chain. There's this gospel that
Polo G. They didn't mention Billy Graham in that whole thing. Maybe Billy Graham is kind of based or something. I don't know.
that I like to call the gospel of the bling bling.
You think Jesus Christ
gospel of the bling bling.
I think he would have.
Jesus would have had a Rolls Royce.
He wouldn't be riding a donkey.
Right. This is the gospel in which the rappers and the
He wouldn't be riding the donkey.
aren't much different, right?
A donkey.
A rapper is cashing out on this $115,000 chain.
It costed me about like $115,000.
It costed me about.
Are cashing out on their iced out diamond chain. So are the preachers, where if you step into their world of bling, you are met with the finest leather seats of their Rolls Royces, their deposits of elegant multi-million-dollar jets, them gifting status Birkin bags to their members of their church, and of course their Gucci Italian shoes. And this is not talking of the fake miracles, of course. You've never seen a pastor resurrect a man? Well, today is your lucky day.
Man is commanding life
Rise up! Yes!
Oh, he came back from the dead.
With that being said,
That didn't look like a zombie.
with this.
My first house cost 14.
Oh, screw.
It's more than that.
Pastors flex.
It's more than that.
Yo, tell me why the host of this video, why that look like Joel? They rose Joel from the dead. Why that look like the host of this video? Look, this guy.
With that being said,
Looks like this guy.
let's first begin this video with this.
My first house cost $14,700. I'm giving you a chance to write your check up. $14,700. My second house cost $81,900, and this watch costs more than that.
Pastors.
Wow.
Before we get into these pastors,
While they're writing the check, while he's passing the bucket, he's bragging about how much his house and his watch costs. I'll give you time to write the check. That's crazy. Gilbert the merchant has arrived. I finally got a merchant here because I got a bed in my house. Look, I got a whole bar upstairs. Gilbert the merchant. Come on, Gilbert. Come on, bud. Let's come in the house. What are you doing? What's up, Gilbert? Shop. Oh, he got tools. I don't need any of this. What's this? Pinwheel? Scythe? Sickle? Forest pylon. Teleport to another pylon when 2 villagers are nearby. You can only place 1 per type and in the matching biome. Piggy bank. Piggy bank. Iron anvil. I don't have an iron anvil, but I could probably make one. Well, I finally made the stupid loom. The stupid of the loom. Okay. Where are you going, Gilbert? Come back to my house. Come live in my house, bruh. What do you need? You want something? Come live in my house. I also saw that I need to go to the, look, if there's a pool of water and there's no other big bodies of water nearby, they say you're supposed to look for, what's it called? Build. 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 What? We're gonna try to find a sky place. We're using the trick that Stubborn One taught me. An easier way to do this would be just to have some rope.
Flexin. I receive many comments asking me where I get my music from. I use Epidemic Sounds, and their music selection is amazing, right? Every sound, every music you've heard from this channel is all from Epidemic Sounds. And on there, you can use my referral link right in the description. You can use the site, fill the site out, and if you ain't filling the site, you know, you can cancel 30 days. You got 30 days all for free, right? They have over 40,000 tracks and 90,000 sound effects, of course. And there won't be, you know, any lawyers running after you to sue the out of you, because all the rights to the music are all included. With that being said, Sing, my editor, treat us with some music. What you're seeing on the screen is a private jet. It's sleek, right? It's not a celebrity, nor is it the president. This is the private jet of a pastor. the private jet of a megachurch pastor that goes by the name of Kenneth Copeland.
How are you, sir? We'd just like to ask you about why you don't want to fly commercial. Why have you said that you won't fly commercial? You said that it's like getting into a tube with a bunch of demons.
You see there, them preachers spending all that money just fat cats riding around.
Look at his
Knowing
neck.
We in business to do. Listen, I could scratch my flying itch with my little single engine open cockpit airplane.
You said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
When I begin to think in the world of why a pastor might need a private jet, I couldn't even begin to think of an answer. Is this jet really to go and preach the word of God like Kenneth Copeland says? Or is this jet truly another manifestation of his
Oh, did we find a sky tower?
Just like this jet.
Look, I think we found it.
All
Alright, I think we found a sky island.
Oh!
Oh!
A valuable network.
Stop.
$760
No, I can't fight
His
right now.
wife also preaches.
Hold on, no, I
While
can't
many
fight right
of
now.
their congregation
Don't knock me off the
reside
tower,
in
please.
average apartments or live in
Please,
modern
sir.
condos.
Please, sir. No!
Live in this enormous parcel of land right inside
Oh my God.
$7 million mansion home.
Oh my God, I
Alongside
should have
its own
used a
tennis
rope.
court, its multiple
I don't know why I
garages,
didn't use
and
a
even
rope.
their very own boat docks. And of course, right, those are all accompanied by their own jumbo jet parked.
I don't know
beside
why I
their
didn't
own
use a rope.
exclusive
There is a
airstrip.
sky
How
island
did
up there.
a pastor amass this amount of wealth, right? Where does all this wealth come from?
That
When
was
Kenneth
stupid.
would explain why he needed this level of extravagant purchases, he would respond.
Get in a long tube with a bunch of demons.
And right in that
Long tube with a
Kenneth,
bunch
his
of
preacher
demons.
friend Jesse Duplantis, as they defended their luxury purchases of houses, mansions, and cars. Is this something that's moral? His preacher friend Jesse Duplantis is also another televangelist, and even his wealth is beyond our measures.
One of my chandeliers costs more than most people's house. I got 22 chandeliers in the house.
He lives in a ginormous mansion, zooms around in fancy cars, and he owns 3 private jets. And just like, Creflo Dollar, the preacher, which we'll talk about in just a little bit, where he said commercial airlines don't match his VIP status.
In order for me to do what I've been called to do, the airlines, they don't fly my schedule.
Jesse's collections of luxurious items alone would make James Bond jealous.
Got an intercontinental plane.
Here he is, accompanied by his wife, as they gracefully exit their 2019 Chrysler, entering into their Falcon 7X jet that's valued at, guess what, $54 million.
I really believe that if Jesus was physically on the earth today, he wouldn't be riding a donkey.
Once again, is this something that's morally
He wouldn't be
right?
riding a donkey.
While at a book signing event, an Inside Edition interviewer would question Jesse about his lavish belongings. But in a blink of an eye, this interviewer would be escorted out by Jesse's security team.
Why do you need a $54 million private jet?
We're not doing any kind of interviews right now. I'm in a book.
I'd just like to know why you need a keep your hands off me. Why are you people touching me like this?
Because you need to wait.
Let go of me.
Add some ice into this vanilla cake.
Dang,
right?
she
In front of
feisty.
his church, he'd go on to joke about this.
She's gone. Boom. I could hear her holler. And I came back and said, what'd you do with her? He said, I made her outside edition.
If you were to
That's
begin
kinda
to
funny.
think of why a pastor might need jets, big houses, and luxury cars,
That is pretty
what
funny.
could the reasons be? Is it greed? Could greed be the reason why Mr. Jesse Duplantis bragged about his 22 chandeliers?
My chandeliers cost more than most people's house. I got 22 chandeliers in the house.
What are these preachers' true intentions? When you look at the Bible itself, it says for the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. But these preachers, does it not appear that they love money more than they love God? Because when you hear a pastor, someone that's supposed to be a man of God, saying things like this.
I was on television. He said, I heard you was a millionaire. I said, that's not right. That's not
billionaire.
true. He said, yes, it is. I said, no, it's not. Multi. Now, add that to it and you'll be all right. Oh, he couldn't handle that. He like to have had a fit. And I said, you mess with me, I'll buy this station and I'll fire you.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't like that, did he? That was a little fleshy, but it felt good.
Does this not make you question the true motives of some of these pastors? What about their congregation? What about these pastors?
Okay, enough of this. This guy's video is Not any different than the last video. The greatest lie ever sold. The worst things ever caught on live stream. Probably Seesaw talking about, dang, speaking in tongues and healing hand. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. I snuck into a cult. No, I had more. I had one more. I want to watch. So we did why the ancient Greeks. We did why the ancient Greeks were not gay. Now we're gonna watch why the ancient Romans were not gay. And I think this one, he put this one together a little better. This one's a little easier to follow, at least from what I saw of it. I've only watched like 20 minutes of it.
Are to be spared. Academics you were, and academics you remain. But the terrible penalty of crucifixion has been set aside on the single condition that you simply admit that not literally every single person in ancient Rome was gay.
They weren't. They were all gay. 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 They were all gay.
He was standing up to say they weren't all gay, but then everybody else started saying they were all gay. They were all gay. These are the comments are so funny. The first comment says, every historian ever. Gotta love that calling a man gay is an insult is over 2,000 years old. Truly a timeless method of slander. Somebody said, Felix using urbanite as a pejorative for city dwellers is pure gold. Yeah, sorry urbanites, but we get kind of roasted in this. I think that a lot of people just don't get the "you're gay" joke, but I guess it's a pretty high level comment. Seeing how senators of Rome used it to great effect. Yeah, before they stabbed Caesar in the back, they called him gay, which is pretty much the only time homosexuality is ever mentioned in Roman history is when it was used by politicians to slander other politicians, and we still do it today. It's funny. They call everybody gay when they start speaking too much truth. They call them gay.
He enjoyed being the receiver in relationships with men.
They were all gay. They were all gay.
All of them gay.
Records
All
show
of
that Roman men were free to seek the company of another man without any consequences.
The ancient Romans were so liberal about their sexual adventures that they did not even have a word for homosexuality.
They were gay.
Oh, Subnautica.
Rumors abound, especially online, about
Subnautica is free right now. We might have to start playing Subnautica. It's free.
In the ancient world. I'm sure you've seen them. Small snippets from a historical treatise or a detail about a Roman emperor's life shared as a meme. If you see enough of these things online, it could start to give you the impression that maybe being gay wasn't all that uncommon back then. Today we'll be going into great depth about this topic, establishing a full landscape and context from which to properly understand it, and we will be looking at ancient Rome in particular. I hope to give you all enough information in this video so that by the end you will have a complete understanding of their societal attitudes towards the topic, how commonplace it was, in what sort of places it may have occurred, and Overall, I aim to show you through ample historical reference that homosexuality was neither very commonplace nor ever accepted at any point in ancient Rome. Now, my motivation in making this video is primarily to correct the historical record. For decades, academics bemoaned the fact that ancient homosexuality was ignored, or systematically suppressed by the stuffy scholars of yesteryear. They believed that the more conservative sensibilities of the past prevented an honest discussion of the issue, and to an extent they may be right. In my experience, translations from say before the 1970s would often leave passages which were too sexual or scatological untranslated. Fundamentally, they believed that these older scholars were interpreting Rome through their own contemporary lenses, ignoring the inconvenient or the uncomfortable. But in trying to right this wrong, modern scholars have ironically made the exact same mistake, going way too far in the opposite direction and overemphasizing ancient homosexuality. They attempt to paint Rome as a progressive place in which being gay was commonplace and even accepted. So much like how these older scholars were interpreting Rome through their own contemporary lenses, modern scholars take our own society's acceptance of homosexuality and apply it to ancient Rome, and we end up with a myriad of popular misunderstandings for it. I will therefore be arguing against this idea that homosexuality was accepted or commonplace at any point in ancient Rome, so that I can push back against this hopefully temporary overcorrection of scholarship. And now that brings me to clearly defining the question of the video. Despite the title, we're not actually going to be asking, were the ancient Romans gay like how modern homosexuals are gay? That's a boring question. The answer is no, and everybody, even the pro-gay scholars, agree upon that. The Roman homosexuals that did exist and modern gays have almost nothing in common. Instead, we're going to be asking the much more pointed question. To what extent did male-on-male relationships occur in ancient Rome, and did the Romans by and large view them as unproblematic? And these are the two criteria to which I will constantly be referring back: how commonplace it was and how accepted it was. I will be showing through hundreds of references to primary documents that, at least in ancient Rome, it was likely neither. And a note on those citations. They are extremely extensive in this video, including literally hundreds of quotes. But as I don't want to make this video unwatchable, whenever I have multiple historical or scholarly references which support a point that I'm trying to make, I will put on the screen and read only a handful. And I will put in a citations document that you can see in the video description many more quotes which support that same point. So for anyone who wants to really dive deep into the subject, I recommend watching the video with that citations document open, and you can look them up as we go along. Anybody else, just sit back and enjoy. Now, right off the bat, we need to establish some background knowledge and set up some caveats that we will need to be aware of in this discussion. Otherwise, it's all too easy to get a false sense of understanding, or to fall into the trap of analogizing totally alien Roman practices with modern day ones, when in reality they have nothing but a surface level commonality. So now, first caveat, and if you remember anything, remember this one. It is impossible to know for a certainty what Roman society would have thought of what we call homosexuality. Not only are we of course separated by time and cultural distance, but the Romans actually wrote very little about sexuality at all. What has been written about Roman sexuality in the modern age is gleaned from hundreds of different works, most of which only very tangentially mention the topic at all. And references specific to homosexuality are even more rare. Historians are attempting to reconstruct something as complicated as what millions of people across a huge time period thought about the rather niche topic of male-on-male sex. So just keep that in mind. We're trying to build a rather complicated jigsaw puzzle here, and we're probably missing 90% of the pieces. Another problem with the debate is that it focuses on a narrow scope of Roman history and pretends that it represents the whole. To begin, Rome lasted a long time, around 1200 years, or more if you feel the need to be a contrarian. The period that pro-gay scholars tend to focus on runs from 200 BC to 200 AD, the late Republic and early imperial ages. Left out of this, of course, is 2/3 of Roman history. And this for the simple fact that these 800 years were extremely anti-gay. Looking at the period leading up to and after 200 AD, we begin to see emperors taking first moral and later legal stances against homosexuality. As early as the start of his reign in 138 AD, Antoninus Pius, the successor to Hadrian, was strongly opposed to homosexual behavior. His successor and adoptive son, Marcus Aurelius, seemed to condemn all such activity too, and wrote in his famous Meditations that Antoninus Pius taught him to, quote, suppress all passion for young men, implying that this was obviously a good thing. In the 240s AD, homosexual prostitution was made illegal, while heterosexual prostitution remained conspicuously untouched. What can be considered the final nail in the coffin comes from the Theodosian Codes, a set of laws written under Christian emperors started in 312 AD. Later in 390 AD, a law was added which sentenced homosexuals to public execution by fire. And I quote, all persons who have the shameful custom of condemning a man's body, acting the part of a woman to the sufferance of alien sex, for they appear not to be different from women, shall expiate a crime of this kind in avenging flames in the sight of the people. Now, perhaps it would have sufficed to simply say that Rome became Christian in 313 AD, which would have all but guaranteed their anti-gay stance. but I include this extreme example to illustrate the lengths of their hatred. Now, examining that period before 200 BC, which includes the monarchy and the early republic, really quality historical records from this period are more difficult to come by, and much of what we have is mixed with a healthy dose of mythology. But what we do have does point to a culture which disapproved of homosexual behavior. It is recorded by Livy, for example, that male sexual assault, even of slaves, was punished. And this is corroborated by Valerius Maximus, who wrote that pudicitia, that is Roman chastity, was defended by law. This concept of pudicitia is surprisingly deep and specific to the Roman context. But it did include the concept that nobody was to violate the body of a Roman citizen. And this was often, although not exclusively, referring to sexual violation. This is all to say that it was likely illegal for a man to penetrate another man or to be penetrated. Whoa. Valerius Maximus later suggests that voluntarily engaging in homosexual acts was condemned in early Republican times. So before we've even examined any of the pro-gay claims, we can already consider 2/3 of Roman history to have been violently anti-gay. But there's more. Pro-gay side tends only to discuss the opinions of those people from the city of Rome itself, which only contained a small fraction of the empire's population. Now, of course, to be fair to the pro-gay scholars, the focus on people from the city comes partly out of necessity.
I'm trying to
Most
find
of
the
our surviving
B,
documents were
stubborn.
written by the city elite for the city elite. But I think the point still stands that most of the population of Rome did not live in Rome. If we want a full understanding of what Rome thought of homosexuality, then these country folk have to be considered. And from the little insight that we do get into their sexual practices, they seemed to have disdained homosexuality. One law passed by Julius Caesar protected citizens from being forced to sit next to known homosexuals at public events. And this was—
based. Caesar was based. He said if you go to a sporting event and there's one of them gays running around, you don't have to sit anywhere near it. We cannot force you. You can get a ticket refund, get another seat. We'll get you a box seat. We ain't gonna get you that Brokeback Mountain seat. Ain't nobody trying to ride that bus. Jesse told his Rosa Parks, well, the truth about Rosa Parks, he told the guy on the Fallen State today, but he added a part that I've never heard him mention that I didn't know about, that apparently black buses, there were already black buses when that happened, and that because of the civil rights movement and all that Rosa Parks nonsense, hoax, scam, plot that was pulled, black bus businesses went out of business. Wow. That's racist. That was part of the plan all along. Well, I don't know where that. Ooh, that was a lot of damage we just took off that fall. I guess we're just spelunking.
was specifically for use in Italian towns outside of Rome. Minucius Felix, writing at the tail end of the period we're examining, uses the term urbanitas to refer to people who were tolerant of homosexuality, indicating that this practice was perceived to be more prevalent in the cities among the urbanites. Obviously, if we only consider the sexual attitudes of those in the city, it will not give us a clear indication of what everyone in Rome thought. And even within the city of Rome, we have again to severely limit our scope, as most of what we're going to be discussing concerns only the upper echelon of society. As a rule, the lower classes had very little written about them, let alone about the specifics of their sexuality. So, putting the plebs aside, the opinions we're going to be examining come almost exclusively from either the senatorial class or one rung below them in the equestrian class.
You don't always
the senatorial
have to
class
argue.
would consist
Just
of a few
become
hundred men
based.
and their families. while the equestrian class might consist of as many as a few thousand men and their families. So we have in total a few thousand families that would have represented less than 2% of the population of the city of Rome proper, and they would have represented a vanishingly small percentage of the rest of the empire. Now, is it possible that the plebs of the city sometimes engaged in homosexual acts? Well, maybe, but it's hard to tell. Our sources on this matter are tangential at best, and everything that we do have seems to suggest that they generally had a more conservative sexual outlook. So we've already narrowed the discussion to the elites from a particular time period, and generally speaking, only those from the city of Rome itself. One could legitimately ask if we haven't already sort of disproved this idea of a widespread acceptance of homosexuality in Rome. But of course we'll go deeper, because now we have to ask ourselves, how far can we even trust the historical sources that we have? Now, this isn't some sort of conspiratorial take where I denounce anything that doesn't agree with my preconceived notions. Rather, it's to bring up the real difficulties that come with doing history. In examining our question in particular, the majority of the writings which identify homosexual behavior at the time are political, and most of them are meant to denigrate whoever they're accusing. For one example, take Cicero and the rest of the Senate, who make a joke on the Senate floor at Caesar's expense, alluding to an alleged sexual relationship
And
of
then
his
they killed
with
a
King
guy.
Nicomedes,
They
saying,
killed him.
everyone knows what he gave you and what you gave him.
The D.
We really have to ask ourselves,
Get NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube. Watch every out-of-market Sunday afternoon NFL game live. Now on YouTube and YouTube TV. Terms and embargoes apply.
how seriously should we take the accusations that Julius Caesar was a homosexual when it comes from the people that would in a few months' time stab him to death? Even pro-gay scholars are quick to recognize this fact. The author of Roman Homosexuality recognizes several times that, quote, men engaging in public quarrel were quite capable of hurling accusations of sexual outrage at each other, often without any basis in fact. And this brings up another good point. Many of the historical sources we have which attest to some form of homosexual behavior are simply accusations, almost always political and always meant to be negative. So not only do we have to be careful in blindly trusting these sources, but the mere fact that many of these are negative accusations should by itself tell us a lot about what they thought on the issue. You simply wouldn't try to publicly denigrate an opponent by calling them gay if nobody cared that they were gay. And lastly, I need to stress that whatever went on in ancient Rome at this time absolutely should not be conflated with modern homosexuality. Calling them gay in the modern sense is completely off the mark. First, lesbianism was completely unheard of. There are practically no references to female-on-female relationships in Rome, and the very few that we do have are negative. As for men, the instances of male-on-male relationships that did occur in ancient Rome were almost always between a Roman citizen and his slave, or a Roman citizen and a non-citizen boy. These relationships were almost always forced and therefore extremely abusive, and the citizen would have, as a rule, played the so-called active or the penetrative role, lest he sacrifice his masculinity to a social inferior. More on this dynamic later. Now, while these sorts of relationships did occur, any other form of homosexuality was universally condemned by all at all times. They had a strong disgust for adult male-on-male relationships. A man harboring romantic feelings for another man would have been looked upon with intense skepticism. It was especially looked down upon for a man to be the receiving partner in a sexual encounter, and homosexual marriage never existed. In fact, almost all of the pro-gay scholars again agree that the two have almost nothing in common, and calling the Romans gay is just wrong. The fact that these scholars will recognize this and yet continue to use the word homosexual to describe the Romans is extremely frustrating to me. And I'm forced to assume that this is done for political reasons, because
Yes, it
obviously
is.
homosexuality is a charged political topic in our modern day. To associate the ancient Romans with homosexuality, to say that it was unproblematic for them, it's not only a lie, but it implicitly argues for the acceptance of homosexuality today, which reeks of political bias. If the Romans accepted it and they were such a great society, then why shouldn't we? This duplicitous argument where they will use the word homosexual, but then clarify usually somewhere deep within their book that, oh, we didn't actually mean homosexual, is a large part of why I'm making this video. It's a complete Mott and Bailey, and not enough has been done to push back against the misunderstandings that have resulted from it. So with that established...
What's a Mott and Bailey? Oh. Also, that Google search it just showed me. Mott-Bailey fallacy. Mott and Bailey fallacy. Mott and Bailey fallacy? What is the meaning of a Mott and Bailey castle? What is the Mott and Bailey argument? Mott and Bailey fallacy is a form of argument and an informal fallacy where an arguer conflates two positions that share similarities. One modest and easy to defend, the Mott, and one much more controversial and harder to defend, the Bailey. So they're saying that Roman culture was gay is a Mott and Bailey. So Rome, two positions. Huh. Interesting. So say that there might have been some gay stuff going on in Rome is easy to defend. That's the Mott. But to say that gayness was just accepted and flagrant, open, and degenerate everywhere like that in Rome, like we have in America today, is not the case. That's the Bailey. Interesting.
I want to now discuss a little bit about Roman society itself. And we will begin with the Roman ideal of masculine behavior called virtus. Virtus is probably best translated as valor or virtue, but it has a definite, near exclusive association with men. In fact, etymologically, it literally means manliness, vir being Latin for man. It is a quality that only men can achieve, or women on very rare occasion, if they display typically manly virtues. Acting like a man, that is, with virtus, was central to Roman life. It was even in a way worked into their legal system. The head of a Roman household was the father, or the paterfamilias. He had almost total legal power over all members of the family, and this power was called the patria potestas. If the father caught his married daughter cheating, for instance, then he was legally allowed to kill her and her lover. Now, we don't know if this ever actually happened, but it was on the books. The man and his masculinity were central to Roman life. Now, one of the most stereotypically feminine traits, which men should ideally seek to avoid, was seeking too much sex. To the Romans, this was a quality of somebody driven by their lust rather than their reason, so feminine. It wasn't unheard of for men who were deemed to be too sexually active to be called effeminatus, even though they only ever had sex with women. Sort of related.
Freddie, effeminatus. That's what you are. Effeminatus. It's like Illuminati, but gayer.
Related to this idea is what was discussed in medical texts at the time, which held that a man's vigor was released during sex, so pursuing too much of it would weaken him. So vital was the preservation of a man's energy that sometimes gladiators, or anyone else who needed to preserve their energy, were infibulated, which without getting into too much detail is the use of a pin to prevent any such activity that might lead to release. But I digress. The point is that to not be sexually conservative was to violate.
Infibulated means using a pin to make sure that you cannot release. Wow. I'll pass on that. I ain't trying to get no infibulated. Jungle spores.
Violate the Roman imperative of maintaining virtus. It was everything to a Roman man, especially given how important one's reputation and social standing were at the time. And the standards were strictly enforced. What they considered violations of virtus might seem quite tame to us today. Take the case where Marcus Porcius Cato, consul in 195 BC and censor in 184 BC, expelled one Manilius from the Senate because he had kissed his wife in broad daylight in front of his children. Or take Cicero, who commented that excessive lust for women was considered a disease. And included in this concept of virtus was not just sexual conservatism, but bodily sovereignty. Now, typically this concerned freedom from physical aggression or assaults, but it did sometimes explicitly extend to the realm of sexual bodily sovereignty, i.e. not being penetrated. It makes a sort of sense. Virtus is associated with being a man. In sex, women are the ones who are typically penetrated. So, for a man to be penetrated was to act like a woman, and therefore to lack virtus. And now, this is one of the most important points to understand when discussing so-called Roman homosexuality. They absolutely despised sexually passive men, men who let themselves be penetrated. They were willingly taking the role of a woman, which was unthinkable to a Roman. Here are some quotes to get the point across. There will be a good number here and even more in the citations. Valerius Maximus tells us that one father, a former censor, had his son killed for being a passive homosexual. There are at least 3 instances I found where men or boys who were either threatened with or actually endured buggery opted to commit suicide, including in the case of the gladiator Sporus. According to Suetonius, Emperor Domitian refused to accept donations from a man who was described as a homosexual passive. The fable writer Phaedrus explains that homosexual passives were made by a drunken accident of Prometheus. Then, with his wits half asleep and in a drunken mistake, he wove the maiden's organs onto the male type and attached male members to women. So it is that lust now enjoys its depraved delight.
Wait, what? What did you just say? Then, with his wits half asleep and in a drunken mistake, he wove the maiden's organ. He wove the maiden's organ into the male type and attached male members to women. So it is that lust now enjoys its depraved delight. What the heck? Ah, crap. I just skipped that.
Okay. And lastly, I need to stress that whatever went on in ancient Rome at this time absolutely should not be conflated with modern homosexuality. Calling them gay in the modern sense is completely off the mark. First, lesbianism was completely unheard of. There are practically no references to female-on-female relationships, and what ideally seek to avoid was seeking too much sex. To Suetonius, Emperor Domitian refused to accept donations from a man who was described as a homosexual passive. The fable writer Phaedrus explains that homosexual passives were made by a drunken accident of Prometheus. Then, with his wits half asleep and in a drunken mistake, he wove the maiden's organs onto the male type and attached male members to women. So it is that lust now enjoys its depraved delight. Tacitus, commenting in quite positive terms on how Germans dealt with passive homosexuals, wrote the following. They make the punishment fit the crime. They hang traitors and turncoats from trees, while cowards and the unwarlike and those who are infamous with respect to their bodies, they drown in muddy bogs, pressing a wicker framework on top of them. The distinction in punishment has this meaning, that crimes should be made public when they are being punished, but sins should be hidden. Again, please check the citation for more examples. I really cannot stress enough just how far
what am I getting
Roman
hurt by?
For sexually passive men extended. And I'm really not even cherry picking here. There just aren't any
There's
instances where sexually passive men are considered something that is okay. Even among the pro-gay scholars, this is just something that is not up for debate. Another walk of life which proves the dislike of homosexual passives is the performing arts. Yes, plays, which confusingly some pro-gay scholars cite to prove that homosexuals were accepted and commonplace. They will often, for example, discuss Juvenal, a satirical playwright active from around 100 to 130 AD. He lived at the height of opulence in the empire, when the Colosseum was built, where as many as 9,000 animals were killed in a single day for entertainment. Choosing to cite Juvenal to prove that homosexuality was unproblematic, though, is laughable for a few reasons. First, you should understand that, unlike in ancient Greece, the theater was not considered a high-class form of entertainment to the Romans. There were a few different attempts to ban plays altogether in the city, and there were 2 different attempts by Trajan and Tiberius to expel all actors from Rome, both of which were successful for a short while. Additionally, actors were very likely not allowed to vote. They couldn't be soldiers, and senators and equestrians were barred from associating with them. I think you get the picture, they were not very well received. And as for the theater itself, it had a reputation for attracting people of ill repute, drunks, pimps, prostitutes, and the like, and typically the raunchiness of the plays matched the clientele. Enter Juvenal's second satire, which viciously attacked men who deviated from the sexual norms at the time, with a strong focus on homosexuals. From this satire alone, we get the following sections. Our narrator begins the play by saying how he'd like to flee to the ends of the earth because of how he sees homosexuality spreading, especially among hypocritical philosophers, who are supposed to be morally upright. I'd like to flee this place, go far beyond the Sarmatians and icy ocean, while those who pretend to the Curies virtue but live like bacchanals have the gall to preach to us of morality. Later, a character named Creticus, who walks around in a sheer gown essentially exposing himself and acting effeminate, is rebuked with the line, "A contagion has brought this blot upon you, and it will be passed on to many others, just as one pig's scabs and mange lay low an entire herd in the field, or a discolored grape just by being seen taints another. At some point you will dare something more odious than this getup." That last line probably references this effeminate man's likelihood to engage in homosexual sex. It is later recommended that this man cut off his genitals. So what are they waiting for? The time for cutting off their extra flesh with knives in the Phrygian style has now come. Later, our narrator bemoans a fictitious male-on-male wedding. A man who once bore the holy relics as they swayed on a sacred strap, and who sweated under those hallowed shields, now bears a long bridal gown with lace and a veil. O Romulus, father of the city, where does this atrocity come from that is so ruinous to the Latin shepherds? O Gradivus, from where springs this itch that has infected your descendants? Behold, a man, renowned for his high birth and wealth, is given to another man in marriage. And the entire satire is like this, extremely homophobic by today's standards. Now, while you could, and I bet many of you will, argue that because this play exists, it shows that the homosexuals must have also existed. This is a pointless argument.
Used as an insult.
Of course, nobody is saying that gays didn't exist at all. only that they weren't accepted by society at large. And the fact that this extremely popular play exists, which ruthlessly berates them, shows exactly what the people thought of homosexuals. This play simply could not have been made in a society which accepts them. Imagine a Netflix special telling gays to castrate themselves. It's unthinkable because our society is, by and large, accepting of homosexuals, and theirs was not. And passive homosexuality wasn't merely condemned socially, but legally as well, most notably by the Lex Scantinia. This set of laws from the 2nd century BC is subject to varied interpretations, mostly because we don't have the original texts in their entirety, but rather the law was preserved in the Digest of Justinian, created in the early 6th century AD. Different scholars have stated that they believe the Lex Scantinia forbids male homosexuality, or that it sets the death penalty for convicted homosexuals. Some are more reserved and say that it simply banned pederasty, or that it penalized the willing passive homosexual partner. In any case, it's clear that the law targeted passive homosexual men in some capacity, as well as homosexual buggerers. Here are some of the details recorded in the digest. First, the law classifies those who are to be considered infames. An infame, a person suffering infamia, was someone formally and legally stripped of their social standing and legal protections, who lacked the protection from corporeal punishment afforded to citizens.
I think this might be where the B
society.
boss
People who were
is.
considered infames, according to the Lex Scantinia, are those condemned to death, those who fight animals for a living, actors, pimps, dishonorably discharged soldiers, as well as, quote, a man who has undergone womanish things in his body. In other words, a homosexual passive. This should give you a good idea of their relative social standing. And note that this did not include men who were assaulted. They were excluded from being considered among the infames. And this was a pretty serious label. Anyone considered infame was unable to serve in the army, unable to serve on a jury, to vote, or to represent others in court. So this had the very real effect of robbing these people of their civic rights. The largest, all-pervading effect, however, would have been the ruin of one's reputation. We're also told in the digest that anyone who commits sexual outrage or stuprum against a freeborn boy or any woman was to be put to death. We can garner some information about its societal impact from other writings too. The author Ausonius wrote in an epigram that the semivir, or half-man, a colloquial term for a sexual passive, fears the Scantinian law. In Juvenal's second satire, just discussed, the law is referenced by a woman chatting with a homosexual man. She also tells him that he ought to fear the Scantinian law. Later, the 3 Christian writers who commented on the Lex Scantinia all described it as, quote, fearsome, suggesting something about its strictness and manner of enforcement. Obviously, the fact that the passive man was so looked down upon, the fact that they had legislation drawn up against them, draws a stark line between what went on in Roman times and modern homosexuality. But even beyond the actual act of submitting to being the passive partner itself, doing anything that made yourself appear more feminine also opened you up to censure, to being deemed effeminatus, or moles, meaning soft. And accusations of this nature are extremely abundant in the written record, especially against political opponents. There are literally thousands of examples of men being attacked for being effeminate in some way. Remember how important virtus was to them. Most common were insults of someone's feminine appearance, since this would have been the most visible target. Commonly attacked were men who had lisps, put their hand on their hip, wore makeup, plucked their body hair, or indeed cared too much about their hair. In fact, men who were caught scratching their head with one finger were often deemed effeminatus because it was thought that they were trying to avoid messing up their hairdo, and this is something that only a pansy would care about. Seneca complains of the youth of his days, writing,
what does
"Observe the
scratching your
indolent
head
young
have
men
to
of
do
today.
with
Their brains sleep.
taking
Not one of
care
them
of
can
your
stay
hair?
awake in the pursuit of
What I
a
gotta
worthwhile
itch?
project. Their minds are possessed by sleep, laziness, and an industry in the pursuit of wicked ends more reprehensible than sleep and laziness. Lubricious pleasure in singing and dancing rules these effeminates. Their preferred way of living leads them to arrange their hair exquisitely, to mold their voices until they are as sweet as those of women, to compete with women in the softness of their bodies, decking
They're
themselves
roasting
out in
these
filthy finery.
guys.
Cicero, in his Screed against Catiline, said the following: "These men whom I see flitting about the forum, standing before the Senate House, even going into meetings of the Senate, glistening in their perfumed oils, gleaming in their purple clothing, I would rather Catiline had led them out of Rome as his fellow soldiers. For if they remain here, bear in mind that it is not so much that army of his we will have to fear, but these men who have deserted his army." And he later writes disapprovingly of a group of men whom you see with combed hair, glossy, either beardless or heavily bearded, with tunics down to their fingertips and toes, wearing sails, not togas. In these flocks, all gamblers, all adulterers, all impure men and unchaste men are tumbled about together. And Juvenal, again in his second satire, writes the following of gay men: "On the advice of them, women marry and then quickly divorce. In their society, they dispel boredom or enliven business. From them, they learn to wiggle their hips, and whatever else the teacher knows. But beware, that teacher is not always what he seems. That man who wears makeup and dresses like a woman is an adulterer. Suspect him the more for his soft voice and effeminate gestures. He is a valiant man at arms in bed. And I could easily list several dozen more examples without exhausting all that I've come across. See the citation for more. The point is, it is extremely apparent that effeminate men were detested by Romans. Some pro-gay scholars have attempted to argue that the Romans didn't dislike these traits because men were doing them. Rather, they would dislike them if men or women did them. They just hated it in a gender-neutral sort of manner. The problem is, we have many instances of women being disparaged for displaying typically manly virtues, meaning it was preferred they acted like women. Also, the ideal Roman woman, the matrona, was a chaste mother who looked after the house and kids, and who didn't involve herself in politics. Better still was the Vita, a woman who has only ever slept with one man, her husband. Feminine qualities were only considered absolutely negative when they were displayed by a man, because it was considered unnatural and undesirable for a man to act like a woman in any regard. But now back to effeminate behavior and how it relates to homosexuality. The Romans didn't believe that all effeminate men were necessarily engaging in homosexual sex. However, very much like today, they saw a strong correlation between the two. Take this quote by Scipio Aemilianus, consul in 147 BC. Later in 142 BC, he attacked one P. Sulpicius Gallus publicly by saying, "For the kind of man who adorns himself daily in front of a mirror, wearing perfume, whose eyebrows are shaved off, who walks around with plucked beard and thighs, who when he was a young man reclined at banquets next to his lover, wearing a long-sleeved tunic, who is as fond of men as he is of wine. Can anyone doubt that he has done what Cinnaedi are in the habit of doing?" Now that word he used, Cinnaedi, is the plural of the word Cinnaedus, which should best be translated into English as a 6-letter F word. So here he's insinuating that this man has engaged in homosexual sex, and he is tying it to these other feminine traits. Those of you who watched my video debunking ancient Greek homosexuality probably see the similarity to the Greek word kinaidos. And indeed, Cinnaedus is simply the Latinized form of that word. It was probably the most common label given to these men, and it was always used negatively. Now a lot of scholars would disagree with me that the best translation for Cinnaedus is a 6-letter F word. But I mean, it denotes men who act or present themselves in an effeminate way. It's almost always used negatively, and there is a strong association with homosexual sex. That is exactly what it means today. Some of them say that it can't be the best translation because there are instances where straight men were called Cinnaedus, but I think they must not get out very much. Because it's far more common for men these days to call their straight friends Cinnaedus than to call a gay man that. But I digress. The point is that the Cinnaedus, either because of his effeminacy, his willing participation in homosexual sex, or both, was absolutely detested by all at all times. And of course, they didn't only call these men Cinnaedus. No, they had a whole slew of slurs which they could throw at the effeminate and possibly homosexual men. This list includes soft or mollis and effeminate or effeminatus, as discussed above. But also,
why can't
concubine,
I just get iron?
chick, delicate, foul, wretched, weak, loose-belted, sick, shameless, and lastly, pathicus. This comes from the verb patior, which literally means to suffer or to undergo. The Romans used it exclusively to refer to passive homosexual male partners, as they were thought to be suffering something. The ubiquity of pathicus in particular, when referring to passive homosexual men, again displays the hatred. So all in all, it is painfully obvious that effeminate men, and especially sexually passive men, were detested by Romans throughout the period we're examining. Now, if you were to argue this, the pro-gay scholars would actually agree with you. Yes, of course, the sexual passive was always detested throughout Roman history, but the active partner, they would say, the one who actually did the penetrating, was always accepted. His role being considered essentially unproblematic because he was taking the masculine role in the act. Now, before doing the research for this video, I'd always thought that, while of course it isn't impossible that this idea existed, it never made sense to me on a logical level. Why would the Romans consider it a grave sin to be penetrated, but not realize that it takes two to tango? Why blame the corrupted and never the corrupter? And indeed, if we examine the historical record, we find not a small number of examples of the sexually active partner in a homosexual encounter being denounced. So when Pompey made an appearance at a public trial, Clodius, accompanied by a mob of rude and insolent villains, took up a conspicuous place and put to them questions of the following kind. Who is the general with no self-control? Who is the man who runs after other men? Who scratches his head with one finger? They, like a chorus, trained in their answers, as he shook his toga, would reply to each question, shouting out, Pompey. Seneca relates to us the story of a man of ill repute. He was impure not with one sex only, but was eager for men as well as for women, specifying that his active homosexual sex brought on at least part of the disgust. Later, this man was apparently murdered, and Augustus promptly forgave the murderer, saying that it was justified based on this man's reputation. Catullus, in his 10th poem, refers negatively to a praetor as erumator, one who orally penetrates another, and in this case he is referring to that act being done to a man. Next is the case of Miles Marianus, or the Marian soldier. This soldier in 104 BC was propositioned by his tribune. Not only did the soldier reject him, but killed him in retaliation for the insult. Marius, who was related to the slain tribune, ruled it a case of justifiable homicide. The Stoic Epictetus explicitly argues that active homosexuals are actually worse than passives, writing, "What does the pathic lose? He loses the character of man. What does he lose who makes the Pathic what he is? Many other things, and he also loses the man no less than the other. Suilius Caesonius narrowly avoided execution for his involvement in Messalina's orgy. According to Tacitus, this is because he was a passive partner in the acts. In the cases of Suilius Caesonius and Plautius Lateranus, the death penalty was remitted. Suilius was protected by his vices, since in the proceedings of that shameful rout, his part had been the reverse of masculine. All of these quotes paint a very different picture from what we've been told about homosexual acceptance in ancient Rome, that the active partner was considered unproblematic. The only reason we can really even surmise that there was some minuscule amount of adult male-on-male sex going on is because of these quotes denouncing it. Yes, of course, these quotes indicate that there was some homosexual acts going on at the time. But as far as indicating some sort of widespread acceptance, they do the opposite. And yet the myth of a homosexual Rome persists strongly in academia and online. So what else might they be basing their argument on? While Roman freeborn citizens detested passive homosexuals and certainly disliked active homosexuals, this restriction was less important for others, namely for two groups living in Rome, slaves and boys who were not citizens. Pro-gay scholars will argue that it was unproblematic for a Roman citizen to have sex with people from either of these two groups. So how true was that? Before I really get into this, I will mention the elephant in the room. That is, if we are discussing abusive sexual relationships forcibly imposed upon either a boy or a slave, we've already strayed a long way from anything resembling modern homosexual relationships. We are really stretching definitions here by calling the Romans gay. I will talk about these issues, however, because pro-gay scholars so often do. Let's start with the slaves. Now, legally speaking, it was possible for a Roman man to do pretty much anything he wanted to his slave. They were essentially considered his property. And this is attested to in a few different places. Most of these have to do with masters and their female slaves. In this category belongs the man who has relations with his own slave maid, a thing which some people consider quite without blame, since every master is held to have it in his power to use his slave as he wishes. There are, however, several instances of men mentioning sexual relations with boys and men held as slaves. In a fictional story, Quintilian has a plebeian shout the following at some elites from Rome. "You rich don't marry. You only have those toys of yours, those boy slaves that play women for you." The orator Haterius attempted in court to defend a freedman who had become a concubine to his patron by saying that, quote, "Unchastity is a matter of reproach for freeborns, a matter of duty for freedmen, and a matter of necessity for male slaves," trying to say that it was this man's duty to do anything his slave master wanted, and adding that male slaves have absolutely no say in the matter. And one last quote from Sempronius Gracchus, the questor of Sardinia in 124 BC. Upon his return to Rome, he boasts of his chastity with the following: "I spent 2 years in the province. If any female prostitute came into my home, or if anyone's slave boy was accosted for my sake, you can think of me as the basest and most worthless person in the world. Considering that I so chastely kept myself from their slaves, you can reflect on how you think I treated your children." So this quote tells us a few things pretty clearly. First, that the popular morality would have condemned sex with slave boys right alongside prostitutes. However, the fact that he felt he needed to specify that he didn't abuse anyone's boy slaves does indicate that this probably happened from time to time. Playwrights also sometimes made mention of this idea of slaves being abused by their masters. In Juvenal's 9th satire, we get the following crude joke from a male slave who his master forces to be the active partner. "Do you think it's an easy or straightforward thing to shove a proper into his guts, there to run into yesterday's dinner? The slave who has plowed the field will be less miserable than the one who has plowed the master." Another playwright named Plautus also included jokes at the expense of slaves. In one scene, a slave named Harpax, whose master is a soldier, is being berated by 2 other men. The insults end with this line: "When the soldier went out at night on guard duty and you went with him, did his sword fit into your sheath?" In another scene, a slave actually tells his master to assume a passive position on his hands and knees, quote, "like you used to when you were a boy." And this scene, and indeed all of these scenes, are meant to be funny, by the way. And yet another scene from a different play, one male slave notices another being propositioned by their master, and he says to the audience, "My God, I do believe this guy wants to dig up the bailiff's bladder." Again, quite crass, but this was played for laughs. So while these quotes unfortunately indicate that there probably was some abuse of male slaves going on, after all, you couldn't joke about these sorts of things if nobody could relate to them, notice that they all discuss the issue in a negative light, or they have some sort of pathetic comic relief character saying it for laughs. Judge for yourself what that actually says about what people thought of this practice. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the multitude of voices which spoke out against the sexual abuse of slaves. And at least in my research, these quotes are more numerous, and they come from men who, perhaps unsurprisingly, history has remembered more fondly. The Stoic Musonius Rufus wrote, "If one is to behave temperately, one would not dare to have relations with a prostitute. nor with a free woman outside of marriage, nor even by Zeus with one's own slave woman. He expanded on this idea in his 12th lecture,
Where'd my rope
writing,
go?
"In this
I had a
category
rope.
belongs the man who has relations with his own slave maid, a thing which some people consider quite without blame, since every master is held to have it in his power to
I'm
use
out
his
of rope.
slave as he wishes." In reply to this, I have
Wait,
just
hold
one
up,
thing to
hold
say.
up, hold
If
up.
it seems neither shameful nor out of place for a master to have relations with his own slave, particularly if she happens to be unmarried, let him consider how he would like it if his wife had relations with a male slave. Would it not seem completely intolerable, not only if the woman who had a lawful husband had relations with a slave, but even if a woman without a husband should have? And yet surely one will not expect men to be less moral than a woman, nor less capable of disciplining their desires, thereby revealing the stronger in judgment inferior to the weaker, the rulers to the ruled. In fact, it behooves men to be much better if they expect to be superior to women, for surely if they appear to be less self-controlled, they will also be baser characters. What need is there to say that it is an act of licentiousness and nothing less for a master to have relations with a slave? Everyone knows that. Cato is known to have condemned the buying of slave boys, especially of one L. Cornelius Scipio. Why the invective against this one man in particular if the practice was so widespread? In Cato's most extreme example, a Roman lieutenant of his was forced to commit suicide as a punishment for buying slave boys on the battlefield. Not Roman citizens, but captives from a war. Not even Italians. Why was this punished so harshly? Tacitus tells us that even the slaves at orgies, which some might assume to be blameless, were condemned, and they were in all likelihood more commonly serving as the passive partner. So what we have dealing with the sexual abuse of slaves are crude jokes made at their expense on the one hand, and on the other, condemnations of the practice and harsh legal punishments for it. Does this sound like a culture that accepted this? I don't think so. The most we could say is that it probably wasn't considered as bad to abuse slaves as it was to be a passive homosexual. But to say that it was unproblematic is completely wrong. But moving on. The last area in which pro-gay scholars seek refuge for their theories is in the so-called pederastic relationships of Rome. A quick refresher on pederasty. The idea originated with the Greeks, where an adult male would form a bond with a young boy, around 12 to 20 years old. Now, despite what is sometimes believed online, these relationships were never intended to be sexual, as attested to by Lycurgus and many other ancient sources. They were meant instead to be educational, to teach the boy how he ought to behave and usher him into political life. In a minority of cases which were strongly opposed by a majority of the elites, these relationships did, however, turn pedophilic. See my video debunking ancient Greek homosexuality for more detail on this. Now, Roman pederasty did exist, but it differed slightly from the Greek, in that the Romans, with their emphasis on virtus, were absolutely paranoid of the idea of these pairings turning sexual when it involved their freeborn sons. For this reason, relationships between younger and older men were looked upon with intense skepticism. But what if the relationship was between an older male citizen and a younger non-citizen boy? According to the pro-gay scholars, so long as this was the case, and the boy wasn't outside of the acceptable age range, again, roughly 12 to 20 years old, then these relationships were considered unproblematic. Or at least that is what some of the more unscrupulous scholars might say. Some are more honest. I think the author of Roman Homosexuality put it very well when he wrote, "Pederastic relationships seem to have been no more objectionable to Roman traditionalists than were relationships with freeborn girls or with other men's wives." And this is essentially true. Pederasty was probably considered no worse than adultery. Of course, the problem is, adultery was hated by the Romans. Remember when I said above that the paterfamilias was allowed to kill his married daughter if he found her cheating. Adultery was a problem in the Roman world, but they never approved of it. Much like with homosexuality, there was even a strict set of laws passed to curb it, namely the Julian law on punishing adulteries. This law also allowed a husband to kill the partner of his cheating wife if that partner was infamous. Any trial on the adultery was to be held in public, and if the woman was found guilty, she was forced to wear the clothing of prostitutes. If we want an idea of how much the Romans hated adultery, we can again look at political writings. More accusations of adultery were thrown out than even the all too abundant accusations of femininity and homosexuality. And again, we must assume that this means the general consensus was against it, because you wouldn't criticize someone for something that was unproblematic. Just for a few examples, Pompey, Mark Antony, and Augustus, among many others, were accused of adultery. Famously, Clodius, via his infiltration into the Bona Dei festival, had tried to seduce the wife of Julius Caesar, for which he was castigated. Tacitus, again in glowing terms, discusses how the Germanics dealt with adultery. Thus, with their virtue protected, they live uncorrupted by the learnings of public shows or the stimulant of feastings. Clandestine correspondence is equally unknown to men and women. Very rare for so numerous a population is adultery, the punishment for which is prompt and in the husband's power. Having cut off the hair of the adulteress and stripped her naked, he expels her from the house in the presence of her kinsfolk, and then flogs her through the whole village. The loss of chastity meets with no indulgence. Neither beauty, youth, nor wealth will procure the culprit a husband. So, in short, I find that this comparison between pederasty and adultery perfectly relays what they thought of the former. It is true that, again, Compared to being a homosexual passive, cucking a guy wasn't nearly as bad, but there is room for nuance here. Something can obviously be not as bad and still not liked. So, with that said, was it ever the case that sexual pederastic relationships occurred in Rome? Yes, they are attested to by a number of sources. Take Seneca, who bemoans, "I shall not mention the troops of luckless boys who must put up with other shameful treatment after a lavish banquet is over. I shall not mention the troops of catamites, rated according to nation and color, who must all have the same smooth skin, and the same amount of youthful down."
Whoa, another merchant.
So while it's unfortunate, it seems foolish to deny that these relationships did occur. However, there are a few things that we can say on the matter. First, again, obviously if we are discussing modern homosexuality, this isn't it. Secondly, these relationships, to whatever extent they did occur, were strongly criticized, especially if they took place with a Roman freeborn boy. In fact, it was common political rhetoric to accuse your rivals of having submitted to an older man while in their youths. Take this passage, wherein Cicero accuses Mark Antony, his perennial rival, of having prostituted himself to a man named Curio in his youth. "You took on a man's toga and at once turned it into a horse. At first you were a common prostitute. The price of your infamy was fixed, and not small either. But soon Curio turned up, drew you away from your meretricious trade, and as if he had given you a matron's robe, established you in lasting and stable matrimony. No boy bought for sexual gratification was ever so much in the power of his master as you were in Curio." And lastly, to bring up these pederastic attestations, without mentioning what I found to be the far more numerous examples of men denouncing the practice, is...
Alright. So that's been debunked. Enough of that. What else can we watch? Should you study with Jehovah's Witnesses? Won't fast track hearings on Trump immunity claim? What do you guys want to watch? What do you want to watch? What do you guys want to watch? Nuclear waste is the safest waste? I don't know how Gideon only has 500 viewers on a stream. The Crucible and JLP have 1,000. Doesn't make sense. Lost Resort. Oops, they made a cult. Scientology?
What have you done?
What are my crimes? You mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, I haven't overt on that.
What are you afraid of, dude? What are you afraid of?
What are my crimes?
What are you afraid of?
Don't you have a team of
What
people?
are you afraid of? Why are you afraid of Hubbard? Why are you afraid of Hubbard?
Yeah,
you know
what is your problem? Why are you
I'm not afraid of Hubbard. I'm vastly amused by Hubbard.
You don't have permission to shoot me, okay? Put the camera down.
But you're on the public street,
Put the camera down.
Yeah.
You don't have my permission.
You can't face us without a camera? Mark, why don't you put the camera down and face us?
Yeah.
Familiar with that term?
I mean, I'm here.
What are you afraid of?
What am I afraid of?
What? You answer my question.
Well, there's plenty to be afraid of.
Answer my question.
But I'm here, aren't I?
Why are you afraid of
You haven't answered my question yet. What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid.
I think
Don't
you are,
you see
Mark.
me here?
You wouldn't be afraid if you weren't doing what you're doing, Mark. You're doing something. It's proof that you're afraid. You're afraid of the success of Scientology because people are going to find out your crimes. What are they, Mark? Spit them out. Get it off your chest.
Oh, that Mark,
Scientology
the one and only religion founded by a literal science fiction writer, has been rapidly growing since its birth in the 20th century, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Scientology's success comes from their ability to conform to modern culture, as well as market their religion to anyone. For instance, a Muslim can be a Scientologist, a Christian can be a Scientologist, even a Satanist can be a Scientologist. No one is barred entry from the church's legendary philosophy. They'll have you believe A through Z when it comes to their founder's dogma, but it's all a scam. Masked as—
Guys, do you know about the Secret Space Force? The Super Soldier program?
as self-help, acting as a religion. It doesn't take a genius to see that Scientology is one big lie. The last-ditch effort by a desperate man to solidify his name in history. It's been dogpiled by critics and accusers, even labeled as a cult, if not the single greatest deception ever pulled off. But despite all the bad press, celebrity catastrophes, government operations, and shit movies, Scientology manages to collect approximately $500 million annually, all thanks to their capitalist vision and tax-exempt status. They reach millions of people that continue to promote the founder's teachings and practices across the globe. A founder who claimed his divine religion would awaken superhuman abilities deep within the mind, turning individuals from ordinary to extraordinary. A founder who claimed his tools can cure generations.
The Secret Space Force. The Nazis fought the reptilians and then they made a space base on the moon.
He only asks for one thing, that you sacrifice every dollar you have, course after course, years of devotion to the cause. Then, and only then, will you be a Scientologist, finally gifted with the secrets of not just science and religion, but the late founder's very own buried knowledge of our world and beyond. Most of the information in this video surrounding the founder of Scientology comes from John A. Tack, a former Scientologist turned critic who explains his analysis of the religion in A Piece of the Blue Sky, as well as Russell Miller, the author of Barefaced Messiah, a critic of Scientology who used the Freedom of Information Act to gather enough credible information to challenge Hubbard's tall tales. And lastly, HBO's award-winning documentary, Going Clear. Regardless, to this day, Hubbard is revered as a messianic figure within the Church of Scientology, as it is entirely based upon his written texts and lectures.
Now all we're asking you to do is pick up where he left off.
But I don't know any of this stuff.
Neither did Elron when he started. He said he just closed his eyes and wrote down whatever came to mind. You can do the same. Just let it flow.
The success of Scientology hinges on a simple idea. L. Ron Hubbard must be seen as perfect and filled with purpose from the start. Otherwise, all of his writings and teachings are worth nothing. If Hubbard couldn't fool people into believing him, he stood no chance at recruiting new apologists into Scientology. Once the curtain was over their eyes, he would replace it with bars, convincing his followers that he would provide them with paradise. This is coming from the man who once said, "The only way you can control people is to lie to them." And you don't get rich writing science fiction. If you want to get rich, you start a religion.
Based. Not really, but...
There are three wildly differing realities when it comes
told
to
you, if you want to get rich, you start a
Scientology.
religion.
Old Scientology, which we will call Hubbard's Truth. New Scientology, which pertains to new leadership and modern rebranding under David Miscavige and the Actual Truth. Buried by the passage
I went
of
to a
time
school with a
and
kid named
layers
Jordan
of corporate
Yuscavage.
marketing. Hubbard was a creative man. Since Scientology loves to present Hubbard as the Messiah, a part of a master plan since birth, it can easily become exhausting trying to interpret the man he truly was.
Well, Mr. Hubbard, it's obviously something that's very wide-ranging. And if you can't describe it overall, perhaps we can begin at the beginning. How did you get into Scientology? How did it all start?
Well, that is fairly easy.
Lafayette Ronald Hubbard was born on March 13th, 1911 in Tilden, Nebraska, to parents Harry Hubbard, a former Navy sailor, and Ladora Waterbury, a teacher and housewife. As an only child, L. Ron spent most of his childhood in Montana, after his father bought a homestead in Helena. It's thought to be that Hubbard and his family grew up following the Methodist faith, but noted that his grandfather was a, quote, devout atheist. He may have questioned his religion at a very young age after seeing it questioned by others in his life, which can be seen as a first step towards shaping his own religion. Modern Scientologists are conditioned to believe Hubbard was a prodigy, possessing skills such as riding a horse before he could walk, and being able to read and write by the age of 4. Scientology also claims that Hubbard and his family descend from a prestigious bloodline. According to the account published in the Church of Scientology's Ability magazine in 1959, Hubbard, quote, descends from the Count de Loo, who entered England with the Norman invasion and became the founder of the English de Wolf family, which emigrated to America in the 17th century. The Count de Loo title came from Hubbard's ancestor, who, according to the fable, saved the King of France from an attack by a wolf. The king granted him an honorary title, eventually anglicized to De Wolf, the name of Hubbard's maternal grandfather. This story was never substantiated and acts as just another lie sold to the masses in order to legitimize or popularize Hubbard and the church. The reality is, Hubbard's life drastically changed as constant travel became the norm for his family. Hubbard's father re-enlisted in the Navy during the onset of World War I, forcing the family to relocate to San Diego and Seattle. It was during this time in which Scientology claims Hubbard began to learn from his father and other military personnel in order to prepare him to join the Navy. Interestingly, the young Hubbard met Joseph Snake Thompson, a U.S. psychoanalyst who disagreed with American psychoanalytic establishments, whose beliefs are eerily similar to Hubbard's later on in life. At the age of 12, Hubbard joined the Boy Scouts, and according to Scientology, actually became the youngest Eagle Scout in the country. Most of Hubbard's early life was dictated by his father, who constantly wanted L. Ron to be educated and poised for a military career. Hubbard was enrolled at Union High School and Queen Anne High School, but never finished his education because his father would move again due to work, this time to Guam. Hubbard and his mother traveled to Guam to visit his father, but had to make stops in the Philippines, Japan, and China. This is where Scientology believes Hubbard gained knowledge beyond imagining, unlocking secrets to the human psyche. In his own personal writings, Hubbard wrote of these visits, stating he had disdain for the indigenous people in the East. He looked down upon their poverty and called them lazy and ignorant, at one point referring to the inhabitants as
Elon
racial
or Elron. Not Elon. Oh my god. Not weird at all.
But Scientology will have its adherents believe Hubbard was tolerant and loving, and that he came to this mysterious land for experience and wisdom, where he witnessed wonders beyond scientific explanation. It was during these expeditions where he would draw inspiration for Scientology from Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Upon his return home in 1927, Hubbard was placed under his grandparents' care as his family tried to push him towards a meaningful education. Later that year, he enrolled at Helena High School. Unfortunately, Hubbard dropped out the following year due to failing grades. So much for being a child prodigy. Scientology acknowledges Hubbard's poor academic scores throughout life by stating he was inclined to a more, quote, philosophical appetite. Hubbard's disappointment continued after failing the Naval Academy entrance examination, for which his father was not all too happy. About a year later, in 1929, Hubbard's father enrolled him in Swavely Preparatory School in Virginia. However, due to myopia, or nearsightedness, Hubbard switched schools again to the Woodward School for Boys, finally settling down in Washington, D.C. He would go on to graduate and enter enter a formal college education at George Washington University, studying civil engineering. While Scientologists will have you believe he was as smart as Einstein, Hubbard never received a degree from the university. Hubbard's grades included an A in physical education.
I don't think a degree determines how smart you were. And I think L. Ron Hubbard was probably pretty smart. But he was a fictional writer. He was like a Stephen King, like a fiction writer, smart. He wasn't like Einstein or Edison smart. I want to dig under that water. I'm guessing I've been down here already. Looks like a safe place to explore, maybe. Oh, look, we got... Actually, there's our house already built down here. Little house already pre-built with an iron anvil. Did I take the iron anvil? Yeah, I got the iron anvil. Cool, because I have a lead one now. I don't have to make one.
Or gym class, B in English, C in mechanical engineering, D in general chemistry, D in electrical and magnetic physics, F in calculus, F in German, and an F in nuclear physics. But he didn't seem to care about his grades. His interests were held by other endeavors such as writing, flying, and any other extracurricular activities. After joining the University Flying Club and becoming more adventurous, Hubbard began an expedition to the Caribbean. In his own words, he wanted to explore and film the pirate strongholds, the bivouacs of the Spanish Main, in order to collect whatever one collects for exhibits in a museum. The trip was disorganized, and almost immediately, those who joined opted out after an emergency docking in Bermuda. Hubbard carried on and reached the Caribbean. According to Scientology, this trip was a successful adventure, similar to his journey in Asia. But Hubbard himself disproves this claim. As he once stated, the expedition was a complete financial bust. Even the captain of the ship was quoted as saying, "The worst trip I ever made." After the expedition collapsed, multiple members demanded refunds. Ashamed, Hubbard did not return to George Washington University the following year. His father, once again disappointed in his son's mistakes, volunteered him for the Red Cross, in which Hubbard took part in a trip to Puerto Rico. While en route, Hubbard decided to abandon the Red Cross and his father's plans by joining a mineral surveyor in hopes of finding lost gold. Hubbard was using state-of-the-art technology, unheard of at the time, which allowed him to escape his father's demands by masking his digital location. Which is why today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. Surfshark VPN keeps your online identity safe by encrypting all of the information sent between your device and the internet. The name of Margaret Grubb. The two fell in love and had 2 children, L. Ron Jr. and Catherine May Hubbard. The family was constantly working to sustain a livelihood, but Hubbard was lucky to find a new, enjoyable occupation as a writer. Hubbard had started off writing in college for the student newspaper, but now began a career as a freelancer, a, quote, penny-a-word writer, trying to find his niche by making adventure, intrigue, and Western novels, as well as romances and maybe his most popular, science fiction. The first to publish one of Hubbard's short stories was the pulp magazine Thrilling Adventures in 1934. The next several years proved to be exceptional, as many of Hubbard's stories were published under a variety of different pen names, including Rene Lafayette, Joe Blitz, and Legionnaire 148. In total, Hubbard would create 324 works of fiction, working under John Campbell, a fellow science fiction writer and editor, in order to earn a meager living. Dead Men Kill, Spy Killer, Cargo of Coffins, Branded Outlaw. Hubbard would publish so many books that he holds the Guinness World Record to this day. As his popularity began to grow, Hubbard encountered a life-changing moment at a routine dental visit that caused him to undergo a near-death experience. This moment is believed to have caused Hubbard's distrust in psychiatric drugs and to reject psychology altogether. This near-death experience also inspired Hubbard to create a manuscript titled The One Commander, or Excalibur. This work was never published and is believed to be an early version of Dianetics. He had truly believed his profound experience and writing thereafter would, quote, revolutionize everything. That anyone who read his work would, quote, either go insane or commit suicide. When speaking publicly on Excalibur, Hubbard told a convention of science fiction fans that the work came to him when he died. He came to a realization while dead, described as a tremendous inspiration or a great message which he must impart to others. He sat at his typewriter for 6 days and nights and nothing came. Then Excalibur emerged. Hubbard was sure he created a riveting masterpiece and was ready to sell it to the public. Instead, the failure of sales led him to become depressed. His luck would only change 20 years later when Scientology publications would try and sell copies of Excalibur for $1,500 a piece. That's almost $17,000 today. Amid a failing writing career, Hubbard began to look for new paths of success that would increase his wealth and reputation. In the hopes of resurrecting his old adventurous self, Hubbard joined the Explorers Club in 1940. Attaching the Explorers Club flag to his sailboat, Hubbard and his wife set off to Alaska for an Alaskan
The ad segue, I missed it. I zoned out.
Radio experimental expedition. This adventure was short-lived. Within 2 days of embarking, the ship's engine failed and Hubbard did not have enough money to repair it. Eventually, by writing stories and contributing to the local radio station in Ketchikan, Alaska, Hubbard earned enough money to fix the engine and returned to the mainland US.
This is the story of the award-winning, chef-approved, sold-out 30 times always pan. We partnered with the best experts in
After returning from yet another fruitless odyssey, Hubbard applied to join the United States Navy, most likely in a bid to satisfy his father. Hubbard began training as an intelligence officer, but while in Australia, a military report concluded Hubbard was, quote, not satisfactory for independent duty assignment. He was not trusted and seen as a liability by the Navy, but World War II was on the horizon, and the United States needed every man they could get. After being relieved of command at a naval shipyard, Hubbard was sent to submarine chaser training in Portland, Oregon. As you could expect, he wasn't much of a submarine officer as well. It is documented that he once engaged in battle with an enemy sub for 68 hours. Upon being called back to the States, it was concluded that no submarines were in the area, and Hubbard had been battling a, quote, known magnetic deposit. I don't know if this is common amongst submarine circles, but 68 hours? Come on. Hubbard was once again relieved of command after firing upon the Coronado Islands, which belonged to Mexico. It was almost as if he wanted to be discharged from the military. The upper echelons of the Navy determined that Hubbard should be strictly assigned, quote, duty on a large vessel where he can be properly supervised. During his remaining time in the military, Hubbard complained about a series of ailments such as malaria, ulcers, and back pain, which, according to his own private writings, were excuses to keep the Navy from punishing him. Hubbard was unable to follow in his father's footsteps, as the Navy had finally had enough of his antics, restricting him to duties ashore within the continental US. In 1946, he was transferred to inactive duty and had to find yet another way to sustain a livelihood. After World War II, Hubbard was a lost man, believing to be a burden on his family and friends. He chose California as a possible new start to life, while abandoning his wife Margaret and 2 children. With a bit of blind luck, he befriended John Parsons, a rocket propulsion researcher and occultist. Yeah, you heard that right. Parsons was a Thelemite, a follower of the infamous Aleister Crowley, and member of the magical order Ordo Templi Orientis. Parsons let Hubbard stay with him in his Pasadena mansion, apparently only allowing a room to people who were atheist or of a bohemian disposition. In a hilarious twist, Hubbard began to be sexually involved with Parsons' 21-year-old girlfriend, Sarah Northrup. What's funnier is Parsons wrote to his mentor Crowley of Hubbard's arrival, stating, Hubbard is a gentleman. He has red hair, green eyes, is honest and intelligent, and we have become great friends. He moved in with me about 2 months ago, and although Betty and I are still friends, she has transferred her sexual affection to Ron. Although he has no formal training in magic, he has an extraordinary amount of experience and understanding in the field. From some of his experiences, I deduced that he is in direct touch with some higher intelligence, possibly his guardian angel. He describes his angel as a beautiful winged woman with red hair, whom he calls the Empress, and who has guided him through his life and saved him many times. He is the most Thelemic person I have ever met, and is in complete accord with our own principles. Parsons admired Hubbard and thought of him as having the perfect mind for an occultist. Hubbard became an enthusiastic member of the OTO cult, earning him a spot at the Babylon Working. The Babylon Working was a sexual ritual intended to summon forth the supreme Thelemic goddess so that Parsons could impregnate her in order to bring forth the Antichrist. No one knows what Parsons or Hubbard did behind closed doors, but the goddess arrived days later in the form of Marjorie Cameron, an American actress and fellow occultist. The fact that Cameron joined their rites after the ritual convinced Hubbard, Parsons, and Northrup to create a business together, named Allied Enterprises. The trio poured almost all of their savings into the company and had a specific plan to buy yachts in Miami, sail them to the West Coast, and sell them for a profit. However, Hubbard didn't like this idea, and after a short while, changed the plan to visit Central and South America. He wanted to collect writing materials and enjoy a cruise while doing so. Parsons and Crowley decided Hubbard was a trickster, a swindler who was going to backstab them, and they were right. Allied Enterprises was dissolved, and Parsons, who put most of his wealth into the company, only received a meager promissory note. He was forced to sell his mansion to developers in order to recoup his losses. Hubbard had stolen this man's wife, his home, and basically his whole life.
Wow.
After the dust settled, Hubbard married Sarah Northrup while still technically married to his first wife, and purchased a trailer in Laguna Beach, California, working odd jobs in order to make a living. According to Sarah's personal records, Hubbard was no family man. He was the exact opposite, a brute who continuously lied to her in order to make himself sound better than he really was.
We had this terrible fight, and he told me he was going to commit suicide if I didn't marry him. I really believed him. So we got married.
Beta.
We spent the winter in that lighthouse on the lake in the Poconos. I remember one awful night when I was asleep and he was up typing. And he hit me across the side of the head with a .45. Because I was smiling in my sleep and he said I was thinking about somebody else.
Hubbard began writing science fiction again, selling tons of novels such as Old Doc Methuselah and To the Stars. But Hubbard never really made any money writing science fiction, and would repeatedly beg the Veterans Administration to increase his war pension. Though the VA did help Hubbard by eventually increasing his pension, he sought other means of making money. For example, on August 31st, 1948, Hubbard was arrested in San Luis Obispo, California for petty theft. He escaped prison time but had to pay a $25 fine, almost $300 today. He had no money, which brought him back to square one.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman shot his way into Sandy Hook Elementary School on December 14th, 2012, he loaded his AR-15 with 30-round magazines.
Oh my goodness.
So he could continue firing without having to change magazines.
You're the guy who's a multi-millionaire now because 11 years later, you're still trying to make money off of Remington, a commentator on the internet, a gun manufacturer. Did you sue the public school system? No, probably not. Is this freaking... Why can't I just get iron? Why the merchants keep coming and going from my house when I'm not there? See, I sensed that there was some sort of ore up here. I sensed it, and I was correct. Rin Tin Tin.
He fired 150.
After destroying Parsons' life and earning a reputation as a scam artist in California, Hubbard and his new wife Sarah moved to Savannah, Georgia in 1948. As an only source of income, Hubbard had to start writing again. But this time, instead of romantic space wars, he began the foundations for what would become Dianetics. Hubbard's articles were not all that interesting enough to gain attention, save from one man, his editor, John Campbell. No, he didn't steal John's wife either, but he did take advantage of John's fascination with parapsychology in order to sell his quote, research. Campbell must have been more than excited upon hearing about Hubbard's works, because he invited the newlyweds to live in a cottage closer to him in Bay Head, New Jersey. In 1949, delving deeper into the creation of Dianetics, Hubbard came across the greatest legitimizing tool to bring his new pseudoscience into the mainstream world, a doctor, Joseph Augustus Winter. Hubbard, Winter, and Campbell came together to develop Dianetics, which was effectively Hubbard's idea of therapy. Dianetics' main premise was that the brain registers every experience and incident in a person's life, even if they're unconscious.
As you go through life, your mind records everything that happens to you. Every experience you've ever had, from the beginning of your existence until this very moment. These experiences are stored as pictures in your analytical mind. The conscious part of your mind that thinks rationally, remembers, and solves problems.
Traumatic events were specifically stored as engrams in a reactive mind and could be later triggered in life, resulting in mental and physical issues. By performing a technique called auditing, these engrams could be cleared, resulting in an individual with an increased IQ and cured of any physical ailments. This would be known as the clear state.
All religions would seem to have a dogma, a discipline. Now, how disciplined is Scientology?
The discipline is entirely the limitation of the conduct of the auditor. That is to say, an auditor is a practitioner in Scientology. He listens and he computes.
According to Dr. Winter, the Dianetic practice of auditing cured his son's fears of the dark and ghosts. Campbell believed Dianetics to be truly remarkable, that the mind rules the body completely, standing by the fact that physical illnesses such as ulcers, asthma, and arthritis can all be cured. Dianetics would become Hubbard's fastest-selling novel and #1 bestseller, but it didn't go without criticism. In 1950, Winter had a falling out with Hubbard and his pseudoscience, resigning from the HDRF, or the Hubbard Dianetic Research Foundation, declaring, quote, differences between the ideals inherent within the Dianetics hypothesis and the actions of the Foundation. Winter began to see through Hubbard's claims and believed Dianetic techniques could be potentially dangerous if performed incorrectly. Winter also wrote that he never witnessed any individual reach a state of clear, and that Dianetics could in fact lead people to become psychotic. Even after the controversy, Hubbard abandoned any other type of job and turned to fully promoting Dianetics. In the following decade, he would go on to write dozens of books and give thousands of lectures to establish Dianetics research amongst institutions. Dianetics almost immediately garnered massive success, with 55,000 copies being sold by August of 1950. 1950. The public may have loved Dianetics.
People were eating it up.
The scientific community was not
What's up,
impressed.
Latina and
The
Cal?
American Psychological Association said Dianetics was not supported by any empirical evidence, and Scientific American said Hubbard's scam contained, quote, more promises and less evidence per page than any publication since the invention of printing. Science fiction writers who had been friends with Hubbard in the past criticized his new work, calling it gibberish and lunacy. Despite a good amount of backlash, hundreds of thousands of people were eager to pay for Dianetics' expensive programs. According to online sources, Hubbard wasn't shy of taking his own cut, withdrawing lump sums of money from proceeds to pay for his upcoming lavish lifestyle. After all, he deserved it. Hubbard was a driving force behind the Dianetics craze, training, publishing, lecturing, and promoting Dianetics across the states. Of course, Hubbard's charisma wasn't the sole reason for Dianetics' success. As reported by the Los Angeles Times, Sheldon MacArthur, a former manager of B. Dalton Booksellers on Hollywood Boulevard in Los Angeles, said, quote, whenever the sales seem to slacken and a Hubbard book goes off the bestsellers list, give it a week and we'll get these people coming in, buying 50 to 100 to 200 copies at a crack, cash only. The Times also describes similar experiences from Gary Hamill, B. Dalton's former manager at Santa Monica Place, who said, quote, 10 people would come in at a time and buy quantities of them, and they would pay cash. He said that while he was working at the B. Dalton in Hollywood, some books shipped by Hubbard's publishing house arrived with B. Dalton price stickers already on them. He said that this indicated to him that the books had been purchased at one of the chain's outlets, then returned to the publishing house, and then shipped out for resale before anyone thought to remove the stickers. Quote, we would order more books, and they'd come back with our stickers as if they were bought by the publisher. The publisher in question, being Bridge Publications Incorporated, founded and controlled by Scientologists, whose representatives refused to be interviewed about book sales or firm operations. Hubbard had his hands everywhere. He could taste the good life and was one step closer to a literal vault when all credibility was lost. In August of 1950, at the height of Dianetics, Hubbard hosted a presentation before an audience of 6,000 people in Los Angeles. In this
what am I trying to do in the game? I have no idea. I don't know. I really have no idea. Trying to find the queen bee. Trying to get good armor so I can kill the Eye of Cthulhu. Trying to build stuff. I'm in a freaking tunnel that could flood if I don't be careful when I'm digging. Seemed like there was a boss or something down here. Video about B. Dalton? Who is that? Oh no. Oh no. The water's gonna get down here. Oh god. Oh, I got stuck in here again. I can't see. I can't see anything down there. Killed by a javelin?
presentation, Hubbard unveiled the very first clear Sonia Bianchi, quote, in the demonstration that followed, she failed to remember a single formula in physics, the subject in which she was majoring, or the color of Hubbard's tie when his back was turned. At this point, a large part of the audience got up and left. The first true clear wouldn't be declared for more than 15 years by the name of John McMaster. Between then, there was no real structure to Dianetics, and many of whom who were trained by Hubbard ended up splintering off and creating their own pseudosciences or cults. Financial crisis gripped Hubbard's newfound empire. And to make matters worse, Hubbard's second marriage to Sarah ended when he was found having an affair with his 20-year-old assistant. Sarah was 2 steps ahead, romantically seeing a Dianetics auditor, probably taught by Hubbard himself, named Miles Hollister. Hubbard felt so betrayed by this, he contacted the FBI to report Sarah and Miles as communist infiltrators from the Soviet Union. Nothing came
I don't know what a B. Dalton video is.
Of Hubbard's lies, except a depraved man hell-bent on getting his wish. He kidnapped his wife and 1-year-old daughter Alexis and took them to California. He tried to have his wife medically evaluated and declared insane, but ultimately failed, leaving Sarah and taking his daughter to Cuba. Sarah had to release a public statement for the safe return of her daughter in 1951. At this point, Hubbard's career was crumbling, and so was his family. He was surprisingly not charged with any crime, giving him the freedom to push Dianetics to its next evolution, Scientology. However, a financial crisis made things difficult, and his dreams were on the brink of collapse. At the hour of its death, Hubbard's religion was saved by Don Purcell, a millionaire businessman who agreed to help by starting another foundation. At the same time, Hubbard was expanding Dianetics. In 1952, Hubbard published a new set of teachings completely separate from Dianetics, which would come to be the philosophical framework for Scientology. Meanwhile, his relationship with Don Purcell was short-lived. After a year together, the two had a falling out over Dianetics and Scientology's future. The two battled in court over the foundation's intellectual property, while Hubbard tried to save any legitimacy by founding Hubbard College, another Hubbard original that didn't last very long. The college was shut down within 6 weeks of its founding, but not before Hubbard married an 18-year-old employee named Mary Sue Whip. They had 4 children together: Quentin, Diana, Suzette, and Thomas. Hubbard and his wife would then relocate to Phoenix, Arizona, starting the Hubbard Association of Scientologists International, in order to spread his, quote, science of certainty. Science of certainty, or Scientology, is different from Dianetics because the goal is to liberate the mind from the, quote, distorting influence of engrams, whereas Scientology focuses on, quote, the study and handling of the spirit in relation to itself, universes, and other life. Hubbard insisted that humanity was threatened by outside forces caused by engrams from immortal thetans. So it's science fiction. Hubbard was most likely worried he was going to lose the copyright of Dianetics to Purcell, and so created Scientology in its place. There are even reports claiming Hubbard plagiarized the description of thetans with the description of astral projection in occult literature. At least, Hubbard was creative enough to add a bit of his own flair, a new device called the E-meter. Allegedly, the E-meter is capable of measuring the strength of small electrical currents passing through an individual's body, who is in the process of being audited. This current is able to pick up on emotional disturbances and detect any stored engrams. This device, piloted by a trained auditor, could cure an individual of dozens of illnesses without physical contact, among other miracles. As Scientology grew slowly, Hubbard proposed opening a chain of spiritual guidance centers, while charging roughly $500 for a 24-hour auditing program. Quote, we don't want a clinic. We want one in operation, but not in name. Perhaps we could call it a spiritual guidance center, and we could put in nice desks with our boys in neat blue, with diplomas on the wall.
I'm playing a video with a man talking right now. Yeah. He's talking about Scientology. I don't know who B. Dalton is. They didn't want a clinic because then it would be a medical place and there'd be a lot more red tape, more government involvement. If you do it as a spiritual facility, you get around a lot of that stuff. Guy's book about dinosaurs was being sold at the Dalton bookstore. The video isn't about the bookstore. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I knew they mentioned something about a bookstore. Dalton bookstore, but yeah, the video is about Scientology. Picnic table. Breathe water instead of air. That's pretty good. Consumables. Put the bottles in here. Gel. Gelling like Magellan. I'm gelling. This gel is a quest item. Cobwebs. Night owl potion increases night vision. What does quick stack mean? Rope. Rope. $844. Stone block, Gills potion, vine rope, fallen stars, gel, star in a bottle. can't. I can't get no more mana? What the? You know what I need? A toilet made of solid gold, but it's just not in the cards now, is it? Fence. My fence. Oh yeah, we fencing this yard in. Satanology.
And 1. Knock psychotherapy into history, and 2. Make enough money to shine up my operating scope, and 3. Keep the HAS solvent. It is a problem of practical business. I await your reaction on the religion angle. In my opinion, we couldn't get worse public opinion than we have had or have less customers with what we've got to sell.
You mentioned just now that you discovered for yourself that man was a spirit. Are you here comparing Scientology with a religion, any religion in fact, that also sees man as a spirit?
Well, man has conceived man to be a spirit for many more years than he has conceived man to be an animal.
Scientology businesses became Scientology churches, and some auditors began masquerading as clerics. If they were detained while carrying out their duties, Hubbard instructed them to sue for millions of dollars for molesting, quote, a man of God going about his business. A few years later, he urged Scientologists, quote, if attacked on some vulnerable point by anyone, anything, or any organization, always discover or fabricate enough threat against them to make them sue for peace. Never, ever defend. Always, always attack. This philosophy seemed to work for Hubbard because in 1954, he won the rights of Dianetics back from Don Purcell, as well as a major victory in earning a tax exemption status from the IRS. From then on, Scientology became an extremely profitable business for Hubbard. His third wife gave birth to 3 more children, and with Hubbard making so much money, he purchased an 18th century mansion, the St. Hill Manor, which doubled as a Scientologist headquarters. Everything wasn't perfect. Hubbard's insane wealth was suspicious, enough that the IRS withdrew their tax exemption status from their Washington, D.C. headquarters in 1958. After monetary data concluded, Hubbard was unreasonably profiting from supposed nonprofit income. Roughly 10 years later, the IRS did the same to Hubbard's California headquarters, stifling his income on the basis he operated a commercial enterprise rather than religious. The FDA also got in the ring, choosing to not agree with Scientology's medical claims, seizing valuable inventory from the church, including their infamous e-meters. The church was mandated to label all e-meters as a religious artifact, quote, ineffective in the diagnosis or treatment of disease. The only country to ban Scientology outright was Australia. A few states, such as Victoria, banned Scientology altogether, reporting that the process of auditing involved command hypnosis. By this point, Hubbard hated the United States, or in particular, any regulation agency in charge of protecting the public. These institutions were simply small hurdles slowing down Hubbard's proselytization. The FDA, IRS, and FBI could not stop him.
Opera GX. Trying to play a game while you're watching your favorite YouTuber on the side, and then boom, your game starts lagging because your soy boy web browser is hogging all your resources. I mean, look at this fatty. Everybody point and laugh. Opera GX, however, lets you say, enough. See this magical panel, right? This is where you can limit the amount of CPU or RAM your browser is using, boosting performance, taking your gaming to the next level. If that wasn't enough, they have GX mods, located right here.
Mission Impossible. Here comes Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise about to step up in that piece. Alright, 30 minutes left in this video.
And Scientology itself is not exactly a religion.
Scientology could be called, well, you could call it a religion of religions.
A global community began to grow that could not be ignored. At the turn of the decade, in 1960, Scientology had gained worldwide fame, leading to governments eyeing Scientology as a perceived threat. Hubbard was a radical thinker, believing US agencies and foreign governments had infiltrated Scientology with spies, and so he developed measures to defend his creation. People or groups judged as fair game would be punished and harassed by any means possible. In a letter sent to all Scientologists, Hubbard explained fair game individuals, quote, may be deprived of property or injured by any means by any Scientologist without any discipline of the Scientologists, may be tricked, sued, or lied to, or even destroyed. A security...
That's what they did to our girl Leah Ramey. Was that her name? The chick from King of Queens that was on Joe Rogan? That was a good episode. She dang brought the whole house down with that interview.
Check involved an ethics officer who would question supposed spies or newcomers to the faith in order to deduce whether or not they were suppressive persons. There were actually different types of security checks. Ones designed for staff auditors or field auditors, one for children aged 6 to 12, and one that consists of questions that apply to not just your life right now, but countless past lives. Did you come to Earth for evil purposes? Have you ever enslaved a population? Have you ever eaten a human body? Have you ever made a planet or nation radioactive? If the security checks weren't enough protection from those who would do him harm, Hubbard left St. Hill Manor and moved aboard his own private fleet, the Enchanter, the Avon River, and Royal Scotsman, which would all be renamed later after Hubbard's visit to the Mediterranean as the Diana, Athena, and Apollo. This private fleet would come to be manned by the Sea Org, Hubbard's personal fraternity founded in 1967, described by former Scientologists as a paramilitary group, home to some of the most highly respected and devoted members of Scientology. Hubbard and the Sea Org left the United States on an 8-year voyage, sailing across the Atlantic and into the Mediterranean, stopping at several ports, including the Azores, Corfu, and Dakar. One of the only interviews of Hubbard came to exist from one of these trips. Hubbard was trying to find a safe haven for all Scientologists, but wasn't welcomed by foreign governments. During his time aboard at sea, he was able to master the craft of religion by developing Scientology's doctrines to encompass new and confidential courses. Hannah Whitfield, a former Sea Org member turned defector, explained her scenario as well as Hubbard's behavior in HBO's expose.
How did he react to being deported from there? How was he when he came back?
Very guarded at the airport. He was a little terse, much terser than I knew him in his lectures at St. Hill, for example. He was to the point. He tried to be his usual sort of ebullient, communicative self, but it just wasn't the same. He was a lot quieter.
All the while, the Sea Org and other members described conditions among Hubbard's fleet as horrendous. Miller, in The Barefaced Messiah, explains how, by 1970, Sea Org members stretched to encompass young girls dressed in salacious clothing, who ran errands for Hubbard and senior Scientologists. Though Hubbard chose to embrace a vacation lifestyle while captaining his ships, hardship and legal threats lurked not too far behind. In 1972, facing charges of fraud and customs violations by the French government, Hubbard abandoned the Sea Org and lived a life of seclusion in Queens, New York. He would return to his flagship a year later, but his health had deteriorated drastically and would only get worse, which were brought on by heart complications and a motorcycle accident. In 1975, following a riot on the island of Madeira, Hubbard and the Sea Org returned to the United States to establish a brand new headquarters for Scientology. Scientologists sought to forge their own utopia. Using a fake name, they bought a hotel in Clearwater, Florida, which steadily grew to encompass surrounding property. They wanted total control of Clearwater, going as far as to have a code name for their operation, Project Normandy. Clearwater Mayor Gabe Cazares called Scientology's arrival the occupation of Clearwater. According to the Clearwater Sun, in 1976, residents of the city began to notice armed guards patrolling the hotel. Cazares was seen as an enemy of the church, so they targeted him in an effort to trap him in a sex scandal. They also manufactured a false hit-and-run accident in an attempt to discredit Cazares, called Operation Speedy Gonzales. But the mayor was not going to roll over and issued a $1.5 million lawsuit against the church, which halted their occupation. Today, the church has a stranglehold on the entire downtown area of the city, making it impossible to walk down the street without being spied on, harassed, or converted. Hubbard began weaponizing the Guardian's Office, an intelligence agency created within the Church of Scientology to fight against networks of conspiracy against him. The GO penetrated and burglarized a number of government agencies, including the United States Department of Justice and the IRS. After 2 GO agents were apprehended by the IRS in Washington, D.C., the FBI conducted synchronized searches of GO offices. They recovered wiretapping equipment, burglary tools, and thousands of documents indicating potential crimes. The US government prosecuted 10 Scientologists, including Hubbard's wife, Mary Sue, who was sentenced to federal prison. Hubbard remained free, but not for long. In 1978, the French government convicted Hubbard of gaining money through deception and sentenced him to 4 years in prison and a $30,000 fine by today's standards. Hubbard, not interested in sitting in a cell for years, decided to once again hide among the suburbs of California. Hubbard became a hermit, limiting correspondence with Scientology members and loved ones, living out the remaining of his days as a fugitive. Although he did find company. Pat, and Annie Broker, two trusted messengers who helped Hubbard live on the move during the 1980s. Hiding in hotels and in his car, Hubbard found the time to take up an old hobby of writing science fiction. He wrote Battlefield Earth and Mission Earth, published respectively in 1982 and 1985. Meanwhile, Hubbard's absence left a power vacuum among Scientology, which the Sea Org took advantage of by seizing control and expelling veteran Scientologists. A young Scientologist messenger, whose name was inconsequential, would shift through the crowd, ultimately defeating all of his rivals to become the de facto head of Scientology, David Miscavige. David may have been the figurative new face of Scientology, but as long as Hubbard was alive, he was the true leader. He lived out his last years in a luxury motorhome in Creston, California, while the public scrambled to ascertain whether he was alive or not. Hubbard carefully managed the church as a shadowy puppet master. Governments and agencies still search for Hubbard, but before they could find and indict him, L. Ron Hubbard passed away on January 24th, 1986. After suffering from a stroke the week prior. After Hubbard's death, Scientology would evolve into a completely different entity, one obsessed with innovation and transformation. It was time Scientology adapted to fit modern culture in the hopes of reaching new followers and retaining its status as an authentic belief system. The church transitioned the eggs in their basket to full-time promotion of tools for life courses and the organization of global programs to help poverty-stricken communities. Narconon, Criminon, the Way to Happiness Foundation, the Volunteer Minister Program. They even have a specific institution to fight psychiatry, the Citizens Commission on Human Rights.
Investigating and exposing psychiatry's inhumane and often lethal practices and defending the rights of its victims is the Citizens Commission on Human Rights.
These institutions are focused on drug abuse awareness, rehabilitation, human rights, and literacy, and claim to offer tools necessary to help build a functioning society. Anyone outside Scientology believes these organizations are a public relations stunt, simply acting as institutions to bolster their reputation and feign legitimacy. Those inside Scientology believe these organizations act as an alternative to state-run companies who fail to help their citizens. Hubbard distrusted the government, so must his followers.
We dare you to find a place
Well, that's
where you
not
show
hard.
your family a new view. Let them fly like angels. And
I'm a peacock, y'all. Let me fly.
They believe in what he started and that they have a duty to finish it. But do they actually follow Hubbard's vision? Or have they grown into capitalist conglomerates disguising an old man's fantasy behind bureaucracy? Well, they have a specific policy in place to make sure Scientology is always on track. The policy is called KSW, or Keeping Scientology Working, which has come to be the most important policy in the church, serving as the cornerstone for any action that takes place within the church. The KSW 10 points are: number 1, having the correct technology, which Hubbard asserts has already been achieved. Number 2, knowing the technology, which he claims many within Scientology have also achieved. 3, knowing it is correct. Hubbard says this comes from application and observation. Number 4, teaching correctly the correct technology. Hubbard claims this is done worldwide throughout Scientology. Number 5, applying the technology, which Hubbard also says is already happening. Number 6, seeing that the technology is correctly applied. Hubbard states that instructors and supervisors do this already. Number 7, hammering out of existence incorrect technology is the first problem area, according to Hubbard, which he calls a weak point only handled by a few. Number 8, knocking out incorrect applications, which Hubbard says is not worked on hard enough. Number 9, closing the door on any possibility of incorrect technology. Hubbard says that this is, quote, impeded by the reasonable attitude of the not quite bright. And lastly, number 10, closing the door on upon incorrect application. Hubbard says this is, quote, seldom done with enough ferocity. To be honest, it's no wonder the church's foundations and beliefs are hidden behind paywalls, because no sane person would believe them. At the core of Scientology beliefs, you have Dianetics and auditing, engrams, e-meters, and reactive minds. You also have thetans, Greek for thought or life, which in Scientology is an immortal spirit that has endless lives. Scientology is intended to rehabilitate each person's identity, or thetan, in order to recover their primitive abilities and become an operating thetan, commonly referred to as an OT. To do so, you must overcome the 8 urges. The 8 urges, or dynamics in Scientology, which you can think of as similar to something like the 10 Commandments in Christianity. Number 1. The urge toward existence as oneself, self-preservation, and self-dynamic. Number 2. Urge toward existence as a sexual activity, lust, sex dynamic. Number 3. Urge toward existence in a group. Number 4. Urge toward existence of mankind. Number 5. Urge toward the existence of the animal kingdom. Number 6. Urge toward existence as the physical universe. Number 7. Urge toward existence as spirits. Number 8. Urge toward existence as infinity, or the God dynamic. These urges make up life. Without them, you are not human. The church explains how, quote, the abilities and shortcomings of individuals can be understood by viewing their participation in the various dynamics. So you don't want to follow your urges like you would the 10 Commandments, you want to control them. Besides overcoming their urges and session after session of auditing, Scientologists are encouraged to continue up the bridge of total freedom to one day become a clear. None of this is remotely free, and once you've reached the end of the bridge and become a clear, you're not done. There's still money to spend and knowledge to learn. The secret OT, or operating thetan levels, takes place upon Scientology's luxury cruise ship, the Free Winds. The public wouldn't know these existed if it weren't for FBI raids and senior Scientology defectors who've shared their stories. These levels are considered a chance to obtain godhood, only if you succeed. OT1 involves solo auditing and could cost around $3,000. OT2 is more solo auditing, but this time you're looking for past incarnations. This level costs around $5,200. OT3 is known as the Wall of Fire. $9,000 to do pretty much the same shit as the last OT levels, except you begin to learn about Scientology's true beliefs, where we come from, and why we're here. OT4 is the OT drug rundown. OT5 includes audited New Era Dianetics for OTs, or NOTs. OT6 and 7 include solo NOTs auditing course, which are more courses designed to suck you dry of any money you have left, all the while selling you a bad science fiction story. The saga of Xenu the Tyrant, a leader of a galactic confederacy who ruled over 70 or so planets, which ironically had the same technology as Earth. Xenu's idea to solve the problem of overpopulation was to trick a massive portion of his population into tax audits, where he froze them and transported them to Earth in a spacecraft identical to DC-8 Airlines. The people, captured by Xenu, were placed around volcanoes in primordial Earth known as Tijiak, a prison planet in which the people were then to be killed by nuclear bombs. Billions of souls were thrown about the Earth, lost and without bodies. They were subsequently captured by Xenu's minions and forced to endure brainwashing. These souls are thetans, and when humans are born, multiple thetans latch onto your body and infect you with neuroticism. So humans are not just me and you in the here and now. We are also countless past lives of other humans who have lived before us, as well as human beings who were massacred billions of years ago, whose scattered souls or thetans now search the earth in hopes of tainting humanity. It miraculously doesn't end there. There's stages above the OT levels where you are no longer an operating thetan, but a cleared theta clear, essentially a god. Hubbard described this divine point as, quote, a thetan who is completely rehabilitated and can do everything a thetan should do, such as move MEST and control others from a distance, or create his own universe. A person who is able to create his own universe, or living in the MEST universe, is able to create illusions perceivable by others at will, to handle MEST universe objects without mechanical means, and to have and feel no need of bodies or even the MEST universe to keep himself and his friends interested in existence. Holy f***. For many Scientologists, when they heard this, it had them questioning their entire existence. Their religion was based around a space opera. Furthermore, the screenplay Revolt in the Stars, written in 1977 by L. Ron Hubbard, depicts this very story. Why Hubbard would release the secret level of OT3 to the world is unknown. Maybe he thought Scientology mythology was good enough to be a film.
No, I hate this ad. This is the worst, most gross, disgusting ad ever.
Speaking of film, a ton of celebrities and actors have come to call Scientology home, a belief that has strengthened their lives to this day. Kirstie Alley, Elizabeth Moss, Giovanni Ribisi, Danny and Chris Masterson, Michael Pena, and John Travolta, who claims Dianetics and auditing taught him to be a better actor. He also chose to star in Battlefield Earth, based on Hubbard's work, which is a horrendous excuse for a sci-fi movie, but you can be the judge of that. And let's not forget about everyone's favorite Scientologist. No, it's not Tom Cruise, that's too obvious. It's Grant Cardone.
My role in the Dianetics racing team is CEO. I'm a good friend of the driver, and so we mastermind, hey, what is it going to take for us to be competitive at the next level?
That's why he got.
Can you tell people why Papa's so good?
He was a
Because he's a millionaire and he knows Scientology.
Whoa! Really? What does that have to do with anybody? You're just making stuff up.
They all believe in Scientology and what it has to offer. They have found success by taking courses and progressing up the ladder that is supposedly invaluable to them. Though I wonder what Tom Cruise's face was like when he first read about Xenu. There are other actors who are rumored to have contacted or been contacted by the church, such as Jerry Seinfeld, who once described to the media how a Scientology course helped him to be a better communicator, but he did not pursue it further. Brad Pitt, who had church rumors spread about him when he dated Juliette Lewis, another high member of Scientology. With any religion, there are the few who choose to follow a different path. Mimi Rogers, Tom Cruise's first wife, introduced him to Scientology, but after their divorce in 1989, she would leave the church while he stayed, becoming one of their most recognizable faces. Tom's second wife, Nicole Kidman, got up to OT level 2, but ultimately left the church and split from Tom. Katie Holmes, another wife of Tom Cruise, was, quote, fully immersed in Scientology during their relationship, but describes it now as escaping a nightmare. Katie, as well as Leah Remini, the Queen of Queens, have both been staunch critics of Scientology and its practices, appearing on podcasts or to the media to speak forth about the abuses that take place.
When you start asking questions about what you're seeing in the news, which you're also not allowed to watch the news or read newspapers, you get interrogated. You get put into a room and put on an actual meter, like a lie detector test, apparatus, whatever you want to call it.
Cans. They're just silver cans.
They're cans connected to a meter, which, you know, Scientologists believe works. And they ask you for your crimes. Why are you asking these questions? You're connected to suppressive people. who is what the church calls their enemies.
There is also the YouTube channel, Growing Up in Scientology, hosted by Aaron Smith Levin, a former Scientologist who updates his audience on all the things Scientology won't let us hear. Who could forget Scientology's very own Kids Bop?
What the heck?
Starts with me, starts with you. Gotta get busy, follow through.
What is this?
Setting our goals, making our plans,
Making our plans,
making it go right.
making it go right. Yeah. That's right. Drop it. Let's go. Okay. Alright. Hip hop.
Scientologists take their music very seriously.
Oh, yeah. Let's sing for science. Worst of time. Oh, they got Scientology hip hop. Dang. It's bumping. I did not know they have Scientology rap. I just found my new favorite genre of music.
Most importantly, there is a fact that Scientology almost always inflates their numbers to seem as if they have ever-expanding members and earn more money than they actually do. If you had any doubts, these few celebrities don't come close to acknowledging how many defectors from Scientology there truly are. Jason Begay, Sylvia Taylor, Amy Scobie, Marty Rathbun, Mike Rinder, Paul Haggis, Alex Gibney, Lawrence Wright, even David Miscavige's father, Ron Miscavige, has left the church.
If you were to ever listen to L. Ron Hubbard on a lecture, on a taped lecture, he was so charismatic, you listen to him and you think, this guy's got to be telling the truth. And that wasn't the case.
Very accomplished,
a lot of
smart
charismatic people
have
in
been
history.
involved
A lot of people in history had that
Scientology
riz.
for years and years and years.
Doesn't
when
mean
does
they were
the
good
penny
guys.
drop that this is wacko?
Sometimes never. Sometimes never. But look,
Scientology
realize
rap
this.
is better than hate music?
As a
I know, we need to
Scientologist,
send that to Hate.
You are encouraged to come and study Scientology for 2.5 hours a day, 5 days of the week. Now, let's say you've been in Scientology for 3 years. That's a hell of a lot of indoctrination. That's not just a couple times you're going and reading a book. I can tell you, it's one of the more insidious traps that you can get into.
Today, Scientology is mocked by thousands of critics online for the use of their donations and overall secrecy surrounding the inner workings of the religion. However, the world seems to take them quite seriously. When you have enough money, people listen. Like the millions who tuned in to inadvertently stain their eyes by watching Scientology's $7 million Super Bowl ad.
More powerful than armies, than walls or chains, than fear or bigotry or hate. It has conquered land and sea, vanquished ignorance and intolerance, and expanded our horizons. It has driven the greatest minds in history to solve the mysteries of science and culture and religion. It's a fire burning within each of us, with unlimited potential to take us further, push us higher, and bring us closer to understanding the simple truths that bind us all.
Since 2013, Scientology has been purchasing Super Bowl advertisements in a bid to normalize their beliefs. Not everyone who sees one of their ads decides to join. That's why the church has rules in place to combat anyone that disagrees with them. They combat anyone that disagrees with them with policies such as disconnection and attack the attacker.
Yeah, well, I think, I guess the first thing I would like to take up is the fact of the intro piece. There's no question that there's some controversy surrounding Scientology, but if you want to look at what the real controversy is, there's been stories like this one that we saw here for the past 40 years, and yet during that time period, Scientology has continued to grow. In fact, it's 25 times larger today than it was in 1980. I would just like to take up a few of the falsehoods that are in there because I think this explains a lot why you have the controversy. I don't know that Scientology lends itself so well to the press. In this instance, we did agree that we would have your correspondence come in, and in fact, he did have unlimited access to the church. But then you get a piece like this. For instance, something that isn't mentioned in there is that every single detractor on there is part of a religious hate group called Cult Awareness Network and their sister group called American Family Foundation. Now, I don't know if you've heard of these people, but it's the same as the KKK would be with the blacks. I think if you interviewed a neo-Nazi and asked them to talk about the Jews, you would get a similar result to what you have here.
These morally bankrupt, barbaric tactics show that the church has measures to eliminate dissent and ensure autonomy over new followers, not to mention the fact that they aren't shy to silence you. There are dozens of deaths associated with Scientology, but the most credible are Ellie Perkins, who was murdered by her son Jeremy after he sought psychiatric treatment from Scientology. Noah Loddick jumped out of a 10th floor hotel window to his death shortly after taking Scientology courses, and the most publicized, Lisa McPherson, who was held by the church to undergo forced isolation as a means to help a psychotic episode. She passed away upon arriving at a hospital, with the autopsy later revealing she died of a pulmonary embolism. The autopsy also indicated multiple bruises on her body and tissue damage consistent with insect or animal bites. The church even suppressed David Miscavige's own wife, Shelley. After returning from a trip aboard the Freewinds, Shelley's mood was visibly different. Shortly thereafter, in June of 2006, Shelley disappeared from public life. Her mother, Mary Flo Barnett, who was a longtime Scientologist, left the church and allegedly took confidential documents to a rival association, David Mayo's Advanced Ability Center. Vicky Asnaran, a former church executive, explained, quote, "The fact that David Miscavige was linked to Flo Barnett by familial ties was extremely repugnant to him and to his wife." On September 8th, 1985, Mary Barnett was found dead from multiple gunshot wounds. The conclusion from the coroner's report reads, "The case is that of a 52-year-old woman who died as the result of multiple gunshot wounds which were self-inflicted. The gunshot wound of the head was immediately fatal and occurred following the 3 gunshot wounds to the chest, which had produced a very small left hemothorax. In addition, there were 2 recent incised wounds that involved the right and left wrists. 2 suicide notes were left, and the decedent had become depressed following surgical intervention for an aneurysm of the carotid artery. Despite this glaring evidence, Mary's death was ruled self-inflicted, and if it wasn't clear already, it's starting to look like a mob. Based on many alleged reports, if you mess with Scientology money, they will come after you with everything they have. If they can't kill you, it's certain they'll lock you in years of court proceedings to empty your wallet because they can. They have an army of dedicated soldiers who are ready to label you an enemy of the church, while Scientology's leadership profits from selling lies. The charity work they do does not erase their sins, nor does it erase the unbelievable space opera paraded at the upper levels for whopping amounts of money. That's the entire meaning of Scientology. Hubbard's vision was not to bring some new moral code to mankind. It was for his own ego, to convince anyone he could that he was a perfect man, including his own father. His race to become something no man can achieve led him down a path he could never escape. For the Scientologists who remain, they are living out a doomed man's dream, disconnected from reality and all things that make us human.
You said that through Scientology processing, a person was able to look at the problems, to confront the problems that they were facing in their everyday life. Is this some form of hypnotism?
Oh, no. That's very funny. Man is asleep. He is hypnotized. He is made to fixate on certain things, you see, and the process that you normally know as brainwashing and that sort of thing is hypnotizing man. It's forcing him into certain values. It's crowding him by various duress into these values. And he eventually becomes a person who has no awareness.
That's deep. See any gems up there? Cause I don't. Oh, there's a heart container. Get to the hearts. Use of the heart. Oh, I almost drowned to death. Ow, I'm getting shots. I'm getting shots. Why are you shooting me? That is not very nice. There's water. Ooh, there's red stuff down there. I need that. How do I get down there? I have the underwater potion. Do I have glow sticks? What time is it? 11:45? Okay. I think I'm gonna take this swimming potion and try to get down to that red stuff. Actually, I'm gonna go through here. Ow. That's kind of what I did not want to happen. Okay. Let's go now. Where's my... Wait. I just threw all my potions. Couldn't I kill that stupid bat? Okay, so there's a chest down here. There's crimsonite. I can breathe underwater for 4 minutes. But I need to find a way to get rid of all this water. Okay, let's go. Let's go here. We're gonna flood the B zone. Alright, bees, have some water. Gold coin. Take it. Torches. Take teleportation. Archery potion. Another suspicious looking eye. B minecart. Fiberglass fishing pole. Let's see. Water leaf. Orange bloodroot. Gel. Now, still need to dig over to there, down to there. There's bees down there. Alright, I don't want to keep digging that way. I don't know where I'm going. Does look like there's a little bit of some treasure action up here. Oh my god. Oh, heart. Nice. Glad I came over here. My inventory's full. Get off me. Fuck. Why can't I pull up my torch? Quit stinging me, bee. Ah! Oh, snap. I even want to go up in there? What's in there? I don't know if there's anything worthwhile going up into there for. Fuck! I don't know how I died. I never got that crimsonite ore. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna head out. It's midnight. Look, though, I got the bed. I got new merchants at my house. I got speed shoes. Let's see how we're looking on the map. So this is my house. This is my rope to the sky platform. Whenever you see a puddle of water on the ground, not by a big body of water, then there you go. All right. This is my arena that I was working on near my house. This is one of my cave houses down here. Right here. I think this is my deepest progression yet. I got down to here. Which still is not, I have not gotten to hell yet. Hell is like once you get down here. I'm getting close though, because there's all fire down here. This is where I just died. We got bees over here. This is the woods biome, so the bee queen is somewhere in here. That's who I'm trying to find now. Then we got this one where we got pretty deep on this one. We're almost to the, we've gotten to the edge. We got to the water on this edge. It just turns to ocean. So I guess we can't go any farther. We need to go explore this way next time. Making some progress there. Yeah, I still haven't killed a boss. I've only fought one boss. And I died. But I got another Eye of Cthulhu now. So I'm going to try it again. I think I need another chest in my house. Yeah, I got another Eye of Cthulhu. This I'm going to have to sort later. Sort all this stuff later. Platinum ore, silver ore, stinger from a bee. I'll hold on to those. Red husk, hold on to those. So much stuff in my inventory. Alright. Let me just make all my bars. Lots of bars, lots of bars. I wish that, like, what you had in your chest, you could access while you were standing near your chest and standing near all the building stuff. Flesh catcher, tendon bow, bloodlust cluster, 22 melee. Blood Butcherer. I'd like to make 2 of these. Upgraded bow. That's the only crimson weapon we could make. Dirt bomb. Metal fence. Cooking pot. I feel like we need that. I feel like we need that, but I don't got no place to put it. We need to make a bathroom. Or a kitchen. A lot of tin. Rin Tin Tin. Ba-da-ba-bum, 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 ba-da-ba-bum. All right. That's good for tonight. We watched our videos, talked about Rome not being gay, talked about the mega churches, talked about Scientology. Wasn't even planning on doing that. So I'm gonna head out, guys. Have a good night. Tomorrow's Saturday, so I'll probably stream tomorrow also. No UFC fights until after New Year's, but we'll just stream and hang out and do something like this tomorrow night. And then Monday night, Christmas, for the Dreaded Conservative show, I will be here with you guys. And we'll talk about all of the reasons Christmas is not pagan, why Kwanzaa is a fake holiday, what everybody did for their Christmas, all the good stuff, celebrating Jesus' birth. So praise God, everybody. Have a great Christmas, and I will talk to you later. I'm out. Peace. Thanks for hanging out. See ya.